You're seeing a picture right now of Christ Church Cathedral, where all of the members of the judiciary will actually converge after a procession from Parliament to downtown, and then they will come here to the Margaritaville Resort, where the actual session will begin. Now, I am honored to have as our special guest today a retired Supreme Court Justice, the Honorable Diane Stewart. Welcome to our broadcast.
Good morning, and welcome to everyone, and thank you for inviting me.
Now, this is the most important day of the legal year, isn't it?
Yes, it is. It's the statutory commencement of the 2026 session of the Supreme Court.
So if this does not happen, there's no legal activity at all. No judicial activity.
Actually, this is a mandated commencement date set out in statute under the Supreme Court Act.
Great.
It says that every second Wednesday in January, the Supreme Court must commence for the year.
Great. Now, you obviously have been on both sides. You've been a practicing attorney in the private sector, litigator, and a member of the judiciary.
Yes, I have.
I want people to get an insight as to how difficult the work of a judge is. Give us an example of your average day and the kinds of things you have to look at.
Well, the day normally starts at 9, and it can last until the last matter is heard, is completed. So that can run anywhere from 4:35, 36 o'clock. And matters are scheduled by the judge through his or her calendar. And depending on the nature of the matter, you may have one matter that takes all day, or you may have 2 matters, or you may have 5 matters. It depends on the nature of the application that's before you. And personally, what I used to do, because of course now I'm retired, I would schedule small administrative matters early in the morning, get them out of the way, and then have substantive matters, that trials, interlocutory applications that are heavily contested or complicated, that would take up the rest of the day.
And the range of issues you had to deal with, can you give us some examples from on the low side to the more complicated side, if you will?
I adjudicated on the family side of the court as well as commercial side of the court. And so I dealt with trust disputes, I dealt with liquidation applications, I dealt with quieting applications, I dealt with family matters, adoptions, divorces, probate disputes.
So really very serious and very well, of course, any case that comes before the court, the people who bring it there take it very seriously.
They certainly do.
So they're expecting the best from you.
Yes.
Right.
Yes.
Now, explain the process. For example, you get case law presented to you from both sides.
So what happens with, let's take an example, a trial, a contract dispute. Obviously, there is a claimant, the person who is bringing the claim, saying that they've been wronged in some way. And then there is the defendant who says, I didn't do anything wrong. Or if I did something wrong, you caused it. And so pleadings are filed. And pleadings are documents which set out the claim and the defense. And then there are administrative orders made to bring the matter before the court. So, for example, you have to file witness statements, which are sworn statements from each side. And sometimes it's just the claimant, or sometimes the claimant and his or her witnesses. And then there's similar pleading documents on the side of the defense. And then, of course, there is evidence, because you have to prove what you say. And all of those are put before the court. And then, in addition to that, there are submissions laid over, which are legal arguments proffered on either side, saying this is why my case should win, this is why his case should not win, and vice versa. All of that is brought before the judge before the trial starts. The judge will review that before the matter starts, and then the court will hear the evidence. And so what happens is, if there is a witness statement on behalf of the claimant, or we used to call them the plaintiffs, but now the rules have changed.
So the word plaintiff is not used anymore?
No,
oh, wow.
nomenclature is
Okay.
now the claimant.
Okay.
And he or she will swear that the statements contained in their witness statement are true and correct, and then they're offered for cross-examination, and that's where their evidence is tested by the other side. And the court has to hear all of that, and on both sides. And then at the end of the evidence, when the evidence is finished on both sides, they then make their legal arguments as to why their case should succeed and the other case should not. And they would literally poke holes at the other side's evidence and support their submissions by what the law says. When that is done, then it's my turn. And I have to assimilate all of that based on the law that they would have submitted and based on the law that I may know, and make a determination as to who is right and who's not right.
And of course, we're part of the Commonwealth, so there's a lot of, I guess, case law that's brought from other...
Common law, yes,
right?
yes, and other jurisdictions as well. We are what they call a stare decisis jurisdiction, so higher courts bind us. So our Court of Appeal would bind any decision on the issue from our Court of Appeal will bind me. And I can't go around that. And of course, the Privy Council, which is our highest court, will bind both courts below it.
Now, obviously, I guess there would be times when you would require additional information or additional case law.
Certainly.
And so you're talking about, what's the longest you've ever had to sort of adjudicate on a case?
Once you dig your feet, you put your feet in it, and you start to write, and you realize that there's an issue that you're not clear on, you can call the parties back in and say, I need you to address me on this point. And sometimes in the middle of the legal submissions, at the end of the evidence, you may say to counsel, have you heard or have you looked at this case? And can you address me on this case?
Sure, you can give that specific order.
Oh,
instruction.
definitely, definitely.
It must be very exciting. Now, you obviously had a very good career as a litigator. Which has been more fulfilling, litigation side or being a judge?
That's a good question. Actually, I enjoyed my time on the bench. And I think because I was a litigator, sitting as a decision maker and listening to other litigators, I was able to bring something to the table as a judge because I knew what legal arguments should look like. I knew what some of the law was on the particular issues, and so counsel would tell you when they appeared before me that they needed to be prepared because they knew I would question them.
Was it something that you saw at the beginning of your career, that, one day I'm going to be on the bench? Or was it even an interest?
It was an interest, but I don't know if it arose at the onset of my career, but it certainly did as my years grew, at the bar. And sometimes I would listen to certain judges and I would say, that's good. And, even then, as a litigator, you have to present your client's position to the best of your ability. But sometimes you knew that your position was not right. And
how do you alter that? How do you correct that?
Well, you, as a litigator, your job is to present your client's position, but you can't lie to the court.
No, of course not.
So you have to strengthen the best argument that you can. And you have to be able to answer honestly any opposing claims to the best of, to help your client's case. And sometimes, you're successful, and sometimes you're not. And, on occasion, you would hear the judge give the decision, and you would say, that's right. You'd say to yourself, that's right. You never promise a client success because you don't have a crystal ball. Okay, the decision is the judge's. But if you prepare and you do your work, you can present a very convincing argument.
And the thing is, what I really want to drive home to the average person is the hours that you have to put in just to get to.
Oh, definitely.
A lot of people say, oh, yeah, you're a lawyer, but, it's hours and hours and pages of reading, 40, yes. 50 pages sometimes?
Yes. And, it's you can have bundles, what we call bundles of authority, that are presented to us. And they are volumes with cases. And it's the task of the advocate to present that to the court in such a way that the court knows what's in those cases, what's good and what's bad. And as an officer of the court, as an advocate, your job is not to lie to the court. You must always, always present what is right to the court.
Let's talk about some of the other challenges, and one that's just popped into my head is there's so many advancements in technology that obviously, law has to be involved in everything. Everything is law business, they say, yeah? But artificial intelligence,
yes.
which is here.
It's here.
And being used. And there's a case that we obviously cannot talk about that I saw recently where an attorney used AI. But how do the courts... Where are the courts as far as that now? It would appear, not just the courts, because not just here in the Bahamas, it seems like everywhere we're a little bit behind as far as laws to control or manage AI. What do you think needs to be done here in the Bahamas as far as that's concerned?
So we have, the Chief Justice has issued a practice direction on AI, and unfortunately I didn't bring it with me. Mm-hmm. But there are regulations if you are going to use AI in court action. You have to disclose it. You have to sign. You have to say that you've checked it, and that the cases that you referred to are in fact cases.
That's right, because you could get yourself in some
trouble.
trouble.
And if you don't, there are consequences. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. So yes, our Chief Justice, I think he's one of the forerunners in the region, has accepted that AI is here to stay and has taken it as a tool, but it has responsibility if you use it.
Yeah, because it can be very helpful. I mean, particularly if you're trying to sift through sometimes thousands of cases.
Yes, you do.
So it can be very helpful. What kind of challenges did you experience? Obviously, the backlog. We've heard about the backlogs
yes.
of cases forever and ever and ever. But you can only get to them as you can, because you can't rush the case. You have to give each case its due.
Well, we have now, under our new civil procedure rules, the court controls the case.
Okay.
So once the matter goes to case management, the court controls it. And the court will determine how many witnesses you're going to call, how long the trial is going to take. And the court will determine when you do what you do. So if you say you want to have 20 witnesses, the court is going to say, why do you need 20 witnesses? Tell me, what is your case about? What do you have to prove? What are the issues? And you have to be able to articulate what those issues are. And the court will say, well, if these are the issues, why do you need 20 witnesses? And you have to be able to justify that, and the court will make the final determination. They can say, okay, I will allow you 20 witnesses, or I won't allow you 20 witnesses. I will allow you 10. You can also say, I want to have 3 expert witnesses. And of course, an expert witness is a person who is an expert in their field, and the field obviously is something that's an issue before the court. And the court is going to say, well, if the issue is a medical one that relates to the brain, why do you need an obstetrician?
Mm-hmm. It has to be relevant.
It has to be relevant. And so the court determines how many witnesses will come, when they come, and how long the trial will last. And sometimes, of course, counsel will like to run on. We all used to do it. And the court controls it now. The court says, you have an hour.
Really? So there are limitations on...
Because you have written submissions.
Okay, yeah.
So I don't need you to read my submissions. I can read these myself. Highlight what you want.
So all of these things help speed up the process a little bit, but it's still giving fairness where possible. Let's turn a little bit to jury selection. Well, I've been called up for jury duty, but never called.
Yes.
I had to, for some reason, I never got my name called. But and I know in some cases now we're looking at perhaps not having jurors in every case. That sometimes there'll be X amount of judges instead of jurors. In which circumstances do you see that happening?
I don't think that's law here yet.
No, it's something we're looking at, though, I believe, right?
Yes, and really, I'm really handicapped in dealing with that because I never practiced on the criminal side of the court. But I do believe that in certain criminal trials where the issues may be technical, and that understanding of the technicality may make a determination as to innocence or guilt, that may be an occasion where you really don't need a jury. You just need a panel of judges who can understand the legal argument.
Right. And I know that you said you didn't do criminal much, but what other challenges do you think, or you've heard from your colleagues, are there with the jury itself?
Well, of course, trying to find a number of people. Do you know John? Do you know Julian Reed? Yes, I know Julian Reed.
Well, everybody knows everybody in the Bahamas.
Yeah, exactly. And we had lunch yesterday. Okay.
Disqualifies, yeah. So it's very hard, actually, pooling the right jurors in many cases.
Yes. And then, of course, depending on the nature of the offense, whether or not you want male jurors or you want female jurors, and of course, the defense always has the right to ask for that person to be disqualified. And so it's problematic, and it's cumbersome, and it's not efficient. And that's from a person just looking on. And so there must be a way around that. Of course, the Constitution enshrines that you are entitled to be judged by your peers. So it's something that has to be looked at carefully.
But it has to be even more difficult now in this age of social media because, first of all, how can you say you're not familiar with the case when it's even out there way before?
Exactly. And it always amazes me that these videos show up and they're there before the police gets there, or,
That's true. It's a serious issue, really. Now, one of my favorite television programs is one called Bull, which is based on trial science. In other words, seeing how to predict how a juror might act. Now, if we take a look, the procession is...
Started,
Well, not more than started, they're actually at...
the Cathedral.
At the Cathedral right now,
Yes.
And... we always say there are too many lawyers in the Bahamas. Do you believe that?
I know now that we have over 1,500 lawyers. Now, I don't know how many of them are all active. So I can't say we have too many lawyers.
And they're probably involved in other...
Exactly, they work in industry. I always believe that good lawyers, and when I say good lawyers, lawyers who work and who study and who are not into showboating, will always find work. Every day in this country, there's something that happens that may require legal help.
We know that, and of course, is there a sort of outline for what lawyers can charge?
So, there was just published, there was a committee established to look at reviewing the charging rates for both transactional work and court work. And I think the last time that had happened was many years ago, and I think when Sean McQueenie was chairing that committee. This time now they have increased the rates. And again, I've seen them. But because I don't go to court, it was like, okay, you know, it really wasn't that important for me to digest them. What I did hear in a discussion with transaction lawyers was that the prices, the increase in them would really jeopardize work, because you're going to have what they call you charging the regulated rate, which is the new rate, and somebody will say, well, I'll do it for you for 1%. And so that's going to be the issue, and how do you deal with that? But I did hear a discussion where they were saying the new rates were quite high, and it would hamper competition. Or when I say hamper competition, it'll cause competition in the wrong way. So people wouldn't come to you because you're good. They come to you because
you're more affordable.
Exactly.
But it's a good way to build up your career.
Yes.
In practice. Yes. What about legal aid? I haven't heard much about that lately.
So the Eugene Peter Law School has a really competent legal aid clinic, and it is there that they have full-time lawyers on staff, but they use the students, the final year students, to prepare cases for persons who require legal aid.
Oh, wow.
And I know when I was on the bench, I would send people to them because I think they charge an administrative fee like $10 or $20, and then they would take on the case. The case would be worked up by law students, but it was overseen by the counsel, and the counsel would go to court and present the case.
That's a really brilliant initiative, because by the time they actually pass the bar, they already have a level of competence.
Yes,
Yeah,
yes.
that's
And
a
of course, you have counsel before the bar who will take on cases. It's not mandatory, but
some people do some pro bono work.
Exactly,
Yeah.
they do. You know.
What other challenges do you see?
Just on that note, I
go ahead.
remember once I was in the Court of Appeal as a lawyer many years ago, and Dame Joan Sawyer, she was the president at the time, and I was in on a matter, and when my matter was finished, she said, Mrs. Stewart, don't go. There's a matter you need to help the parties with. She says the clerk will give you the file. We're going to adjourn for half an hour, and then you come back. Now, the case was on that day, and
you just get seeing it for the first time.
she handed it to me from the court. So, you know, and so I had to meet with the people and quickly look at the documents and then go back in court and argue this case.
Wow.
You know, so it happens, you know, and sometimes, so the court can say to Julian Reed, there's a matter I think you should help these people with.
But that still must be very rewarding. Yeah.
I think it is, because, you know, when you can help people and you're not looking for anything from it, that's the best feeling in the world, because you've helped somebody. You know.
Particularly people who may not be aware of the illegality of what they're doing.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, so, and, you know, I've been fortunate that I've run into people, I don't know who they are, and they would say to me, thank you. And I say, thank you for what? And they'll say, well, you did X, Y, and Z. And I said, oh, okay.
But that's great. That means you've done well. You've done what you're supposed to do.
Yeah.
Good. You said there are about 1,500 people in the at the Bar Association now?
Yes.
Great. Now, there was something that you may be able to clarify, because I was hearing two different things about, I don't want to say two different bars, but that's the way it has sort of come across in the media, that there's the Bahamas Bar Association, and are you familiar with what I'm talking about?
No.
And a sort of secondary bar.
Are you talking about the outer bar and the inner bar?
It didn't come across to me as that, but that might be it.
Where the King's Council are members of the inner bar.
No, that's not that. This was, at least that's not the way I got it. But anyway, we can leave from that. But you've been to many of these,
Openings?
Yeah.
40 years.
And how much does that wear on you? You've done the procession, you've got the 2-hour church service, and then you got another 2 hours for the actual opening
Well,
session.
actually, the service in Cathedral is in 2 hours.
Just about an hour, just over an hour.
Yeah, just over an hour, because it's not a mass or anything.
True. Yeah.
And what I like about the opening of the legal year, of course, apart from the official sitting of the court where the Chief Justice gives an overview of the year past and what he would like to do, and of course the President of the Bar would address the court and the Attorney General will address the court, is that you learn what's going to happen, what the issues may be as far as the bar is concerned, the government is concerned, how the government is going to assist in the administration of justice. And that's why I always like to come to the opening of the legal year, because you wouldn't normally hear that.
That's interesting. That's interesting. Well, when they do come here, the events, when they arrive here at Margaritaville, there will be at 12 o'clock. The Chief Justice and the Justices of the Supreme Court will come at 12:05. The Attorney General will speak, and then you will get, of course, you'll hear from the President of the Bar Association, and then Sir Ian, the Chief Justice. Going back to the services over the Red Mass, actually, it was just on Sunday.
It was.
And what was that like? And explain the difference between the Red Mass and its importance and what we're having here today.
So the Red Mass really is not an official Mass. It's a Catholic Mass that started years ago, where they invoked the Holy Spirit to guide and protect the judiciary. And of course, as I come from a liturgical church.
Yes, absolutely.
Red is the color of the Holy Spirit.
Absolutely.
And the judges wear their ceremonial red garb, which again too reflects fairness, justice. And it is really a beautiful experience in that there's an address by the Archbishop, not always admonishing the lawyers in the court, but encouraging them, and this is what I attempted to do this Sunday. And then, of course, you see all of the lawyers dressed in their garb, and all of the judiciary in their ceremonial garbs, and it's really a beautiful sight. And it's been going on now before I was a lawyer.
As you take a look on your screens now, you will see the Mass in effect right there, the church service in effect. Are we going to go to the church service for a bit? But you can see on your monitors what is happening right now.
He's blessing the judiciary and council.
Okay, great. We're speaking of the Red Mass, and we have a few pieces that feature the registrar, Ronaldo Toot.
Yes.
All right, so let's go to one of those sound bites right now and hear what he had to say on Sunday.
The Red Mass is the service that literally marks the beginning of the annual judicial year, where the Archbishop gives us his divine guidance for the start of our legal year. It is invoked upon the entire legal profession: judges, magistrates, prosecutors, defense counsel, in order to, carry out our legal services within the year. The Bahamas is a Christian nation, we say that. And so every year, even though we're lawyers, we may be judge, registrar, despite the different terminology or the different positions we have, we're still guided by the Spirit. So one thing that the Archbishop said inside the services today is that we must also, as attorneys, make sure that we bear compassion for members of the public, for people who may be oppressed, that whether you're the prosecutor or defense counsel, that justice must prevail.
Well, very interesting to hear Ronaldo Toot say that. Compassion.
Yes.
And that must be crucial if you're going to be a judge, if you're going to be on the bench.
Most definitely. Particularly on the family side of the court, you have humane, you must have humane behavior. People come there and they're emotionally torn for whatever reason, rightly or wrongly, but they are. And they're hurt, they need help, And your role is to dispense justice to them humanely. And
Justice which might not really work in their favor.
exactly.
Oh.
You know, and sometimes, you know, people who appeared before me, they would tell you that my focus would be, you have to take care of the children. You must take care of the children. And the adults, even though you help them, they can stand on their own, but children can't. And so, always it's sometimes, you know, you have to dispense justice with mercy, because you have children who have no clue what's going on, who are torn, they're distraught, you know.
And this could impact their entire lives.
They certainly can. I would, depending on the age of the child, I would used to meet with the children myself without the parents. I'd meet with them, and they would tell me things that, you know, that would just break your heart.
So, after a day or days on end of cases like this, how do you deal with that yourself? You being the human being who you are.
So, sometimes you're just very upset and you have to go home and you have to de-stress, because you have to get up tomorrow and you have to
Face
do it
it
again. You know,
Yeah.
you have to do it again.
But I guess when you do see a positive outcome at the end, it's all worth it, isn't it?
Yes, yes. I had a little boy once who sent a present with his mom. It's just,
It's priceless, really.
yeah, you know, because I met with him and we bonded, you know, and you have to make a decision that's going to affect their life, you know. And so I always made it a point to talk to them, you know, and sometimes they had insights that are just so invaluable, you know.
That's true. Yeah. Children are much more perceptive than you. And
Depending on how long the sermon is.
and actually, I presume that the new dean will actually be giving the sermon.
No, I think the bishop is
The
preaching.
bishop is preaching today?
Yes, the bishop is
Okay.
preaching today.
Because we know that Archdeacon, Dean Dwight Roll is
It's the new
just
dean.
taken up his position there as.
Yeah, but I think the bishop is
But
preaching.
the bishop is preaching today.
Yes.
Great. And let's talk about, well, for judges is one thing, right? But for attorneys who may not want to wear the cap and gown, the wig and gown.
Then don't go to court.
So that's a tradition that you think will stay with us for quite a while.
Yes, well, I mean, we'd have to, obviously that'd have to be a decision of the head of the judiciary.
Yes.
I'm not the head of the judiciary. But I do know that Sir Michael, when he was Chief Justice, got rid of the wig for civil trials, and so you only use it for ceremonial occasions. Those wigs are not cheap.
No, they're not.
And
they're not cool either.
no, no. And so this is one of the few occasions when they can get to wear all of their regalia.
But it's a wonderful thing to see this culturally too, isn't it? The tradition of.
Well, you know, the Bahamas is one of tradition and culture, so
Yes.
we like ceremony.
Of course we do.
That's part of who we are. And so, you know, the fact that they march down Bay Street and there's the police band, which is another cultural icon, it's all wonderful.
And for tourists, it's the most wonderful thing to see.
Yes.
Because they don't have that kind of pomp and pageantry in their own country for things like this. They have a different system altogether. What would you like to see happen in the judiciary now that you're retired and you're looking in? Some things that maybe need to be addressed that weren't able to be addressed when you were active.
Actually, you know, I think the judiciary is on a very good trajectory. And I think it started when COVID happened. And, out of that horrific pandemic, there was some good for the court system. And we started virtual hearings.
Right.
And virtual hearings not just assisted in New Providence and Grand Bahama, but imagine if you live in Agua or you live in Maguana and you have a court case.
Plus, you got to get to Nassau.
You have to get to Nassau, and then the case could be adjourned. And so, virtual hearings assist for those persons who have to travel and or they're ill and they're old. I remember having a matter where one of the witnesses was bedridden.
Wow.
And able to put up a laptop, and they could give their evidence.
Wow.
The other side could hear, they could ask them questions in cross-examination, but it happened, you see.
So that's one great thing that happened and is now a permanent part of the procedure.
Now, not that every case.
Not every case, no.
But yes. And in fact, I think the Court of Appeal has only recently now mandated that people must come back to court to appear. There are certain applications still that are done virtually. The Supreme Court, I think most of the trials now are in person, unless you make an application at case management to have it done virtually. You have witnesses in complex commercial matters that are all over the world. The court can make an order that Julian Reed, who is in Timbuktu, can give his evidence virtually. And all you need is a laptop and a Zoom platform or a Teams platform. And
so you're saving time, money.
Yes.
More efficiency.
Yes.
Yeah, that's great. That's great.
And the time difference, so, all right, they're in Hong Kong, which is so many hours, so we start at a certain time to accommodate both sides. You hear the evidence, and they're finished.
And you've had to have cases like that out of ordinary hours, like maybe 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock at night?
So you can have cases that start in the evening to assist. That has happened in some commercial matters.
Wow, that's interesting. I'm going to turn it just a little bit now to something that's topical in a way. On the other side, people breaching bail. and I'm not, you may have some words of warning to people who actually do it, but I would, because it would be really, really, really annoying to me if I put up someone in good faith, put up some money for someone in good faith, and you know what you're supposed to do, and then boom, they disappear.
Yep, it happens.
I know.
And so the lesson there is that before you stand bail for somebody, make sure you know what you're doing. And also make sure that you are able to keep tabs on that person. Because, of course, there's nothing is 100% foolproof.
Of course.
But, I don't think people understand when they stand there what they're doing. And you've seen in the law where, in the news, where people have lost funds and lost property as a result of that.
It's a very serious thing.
That's a harsh lesson.
And that goes to whatever's put forth as bail, the sureties, whatever, that goes to the state?
That goes to the state.
If okay, wow. That must hurt a lot. Wow.
So, the lesson is make sure you know what you're doing.
Now I'm going to allow you to talk about some issues that may be on your mind of interest that you think the Bahamian public should be aware of.
I think that we're in the process, the court is in the process of, and I guess the Attorney General's office was responsible for all the legislation. I know the Law Reform Commission is in the process of reviewing a lot of the statute law, which is antiquated. And I do believe that one of the areas that needs to be looked at are the matrimonial laws. Okay? I practiced on the family side of the court. I sat as a judge. And I know that the Chief Justice has issued a practice direction to allow uncontested divorces on the papers. But I still think that we need to go further.
Are
Because it's a
there many
controversial.
uncontested divorces, though, or?
Oh, yes.
Yeah? I could just say, let's just get it over with. Because the word you always hear is that it's difficult to get a divorce. Easy to get married, but difficult to get unhitched.
Well, it depends on different circumstances. So, I mean, when people make that statement, there's a process that you have to go through, whether it's uncontested or it's contested. You got to file documents, you have to get your evidence, etc. It's not a matter of just one day
I gotta walk out and say it over.
and I'm out. It doesn't happen like that. But I think what needs to happen is that there's so much neuralgia involved in divorce matters, particularly when, as I said, young children are involved, that you can't walk back from. And so we live in a small society. We live in a society where social media is rampant, so people know things before they, I mean, literally the minute they happen, sometimes before they happen.
And they believe it.
Right. And, you know, you can't, you have, people put things in documents that they can't take back. And they do it in the height of emotional stress, emotional hurt. And with time, they look back on it and they are just distraught that that's there, and they can't remove it. It's there. It's evidence. It's cast in concrete. It's done. And so, you know, you need to, or we need to, look at how we can help fix that, because we end up with, I believe, other problems where children are just distraught. They grow up with this hurt, and then other problems arise from that. Whereas if you know, if we are able to help by making it less intrusive, less, you know, less damaging, everybody wins. You know, nobody is perfect. And so we need to, that's one area I've always been very concerned about. And, you know, I'm certain that if social services were to come in and you have a conversation and they talk about damaged children, and so many of them are damaged from a young age because of the behavior of parents. I may love my father, I love my mother and father don't love each other, and then I'm caught in the middle, you know.
Well, we can hear some good singing coming out of Christ Church Cathedral right
yes.
now. So the Mass is in moving full steam ahead. As far as family court, though, we over the past year, just over the past year, had some new family court systems put in place.
Yes.
Everything is like right there for you now.
Yes. Lovely
from what you
complex
understand.
on Boynton Road. I've been there, and it's the old Success Training College property, and it's family friendly. So you don't have people, broken homes, having to air all of their laundry in a room where you have complex commercial matters, or you have criminal cases going on separate and apart. You have, sometimes people come and they have nowhere to leave their children, but they need help. And so they have
like a crash,
a nursery.
Oh, wow.
Keep the children. They have social services there, because a matter can come before you and you realize these people need parenting
themselves.
Lessons. Yes. So you can say, I'm mandating that you go and take a parenting course.
And is that offered right there within the complex?
They have there's a Department of Social Services that runs a course. And I've ordered it on a number of occasions where the parents can't stand each other, they don't talk to each other, and they got children, and they have to work together to raise these children. Go and do this.
That's a significant achievement then, really. Great. So I guess a little bit over here, we're seeing the benefits of that in some cases.
Yes.
That's great. What other aspects of that family court complex impress you?
So you have like a conference room where a hearing can take place rather than a courtroom.
And you know what's amazing about this? Because as I'm looking, you talk about it, you're smiling, so this obviously means a lot to you.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes. Because, like I said, people will come in there. I recall once a lady appeared before me and she broke out in hives. She was so frightened, and so you have an environment that's calming and it's not intimidating. That helps.
Well, we're hearing parts of the church service go on. I don't know if we can heighten the audio of that so that our viewers and listeners, not yet, okay, but eventually we will let our viewers and listeners hear what's going on in the church.
Okay.
Good. But please continue.
So, yes, and there's also security. And there is the family registry, so all family records are kept there. There's also probate, and now I think the Chief Justice is intending to move the juvenile courts there.
Oh, wow.
So all in one area where you focus on the family. And, probate cases, of course, affect.
Good. Well, Madam Justice, we're going to go to Christ Church Cathedral right now.
Certainly.
Lord, keep this nation under your care. Let your way be known upon earth. Defend, O Lord, the rights of the poor and the oppressed. Glory to the Father, and to the Son, and to the Holy Spirit. Let us pray. O Lord, the just and meaningful judge of all mankind, look upon us from heaven. We pray on these your servants who are set by their appointment to minister justice among your sons and daughters. Grant unto them your Holy Spirit, the spirit of wisdom and understanding, the spirit of counsel and inward strength, the spirit of knowledge and divine guidance, that they may be boldly, discreetly, and mercifully fulfilled in their sacred duties, to the common good of your people and to the glory of your name, through Jesus Christ our Lord.
A reading from the book of Isaiah, first chapter, beginning at the 15th verse. When you stretch out your hands, I will hide my eyes from you. Even though you make many prayers, I will not listen. Your hands are full of blood. Wash yourselves. Make yourselves clean. Remove the evil of your doings from before my eyes. Cease to do evil. Learn to do good. Seek justice. Rescue the oppressed. Defend the orphan. Plead for the widow. Come now. Let us argue it out, says the Lord. Though your sins, they will be like stone. Though they are red like crimson, they shall become like wool. If you are willing and obedient, you shall eat the good of the land. But if you refuse and rebel, you shall be devoured by the sword, for the mouth of the Lord has spoken. The word of the Lord.
A reading from the second letter of Paul to the Corinthians, the 5th chapter, beginning at the 11th verse. Brothers and sisters, therefore, knowing the fear of the Lord, we try to persuade others, but we ourselves are well known to God, and I hope that we are also well known to your consciences. We are not commending ourselves to you again, but giving you an opportunity to boast about us, so that you may be able to answer those who boast in outward appearance and not in the heart. For if we are beside ourselves, it is for God. If we are in our right mind, it is for you. For the love of Christ urges us on, because we are convinced that one has died for all, therefore all have died. And he died for all, so that those who live might live no longer for themselves, but for him who died and was raised for them. From now on, therefore, we regard no one from a human point of view, even though we once knew Christ from a human point of view. We know him no longer in that way. So if anyone is in Christ, there is a new creation. Everything old has passed away. See, everything has become new. The word of the Lord.
Good morning, my brothers and sisters. Good morning, my brothers and sisters. Good morning. Please be seated. Firstly, I recognize the presence of Bishop Leish Boyd, the Diocesan Bishop of the Bahamas and the Turks and Caicos Islands, and Mistress Joanne Boyd, members of the Cathedral chapter, Archdeacon Hugh Bartlett, Canons Andrew Topping and John Kabega, the Reverend Carla Culmer of Trinity Methodist Church, and secondly, on my own behalf and that of my assistant, Deacon Preston Pinder, the wardens, vestry, and members of Christ Church Cathedral, I extend a warm greeting and good wishes to you all for a healthy, productive, and meaningful new year. We also recognize the presence of the Honorable Sir Ivan R. Winder, Chief Justice, Senator the Honorable Ryan Pinder, KC, Attorney General and Minister of Legal Affairs, Cabinet Ministers, the Honorable Michael Pintard, Leader of Her Majesty's Official Opposition, the Honorable Milton Evans, President of the Court of Appeals, former Prime Ministers, the Right Honorable Hubert Ingram and the Right Honorable Perry Christie, former Chief Justice Sir Michael Barnett, former President of the Court of Appeal, Dame Anita Allen, Justices of the Court of Appeal and former Justices of Appeal, Justices of the Supreme Court and former Justices, members of the Senate and House of Assembly, British High Commissioner Smita Rosita, United States Ambassador Herschel Walker, and other members of the Diplomatic Corps, Mr. Anthony Roll, Deputy Commissioner of the Royal Bahamas Police Force, Captain Sean Adderley, the Royal Bahamas Defense Force, Bernadette Murray, Acting Commissioner, Bahamas Department of Correction Services, Vice President of Industrial Tribunal, Registrars of the Court of Appeal and Supreme Court, Mr. Roberto Reckley, Chief Magistrate, and other magistrates, Mr. Kyle Parker, Casey, President of the Bahamas Bar Association, and members of the Bar Council, Acting Principal of the Jane DePuch Law School, members of the Bar Association, government officials, Principal Trevor Culmer, teachers and students of C.R. Walker Senior High, other distinguished ladies and gentlemen. We welcome you once again to our Cathedral Church. This year you have coined a theme, Tradition to Transformation, Embracing Change in a Digital Era, which I thought was a very innovative and striking theme. Tradition to Transformation refers to the necessity to shift from organization and individuals to move from established practices and mindsets, and in leveraging digital technology for innovation, efficiency, and survival in this modern era. The journey is fundamentally a cultural change, not just a technological one, prioritizing everything that we are as we are more digital driven in this modern society. Tradition provides core values, stability, and a unique identity which should be levied not erased during the transformation. In a rapidly evolving landscape, in a world that is changing before our eyes, clinging to outdated systems and rigid processes risk outmodedness, and adapting is necessary and not an option. Embracing such change in a digital era is a continuous journey for all of us that requires ongoing evolution and a commitment to perpetual learning, ultimately positioning ourselves that we may continue to grow, knowing that much is expected of us as we move ahead in this journey. I pray God's blessings upon you and pray that you would have a productive, eventful, and transforming new year. Let us stand and let us sing the last verse of the hymn, Love Divine, or Love Excelling. Verse 4.
Good morning. Please be seated. Mr. Chief Justice, sir, Mr. Attorney General, Mr. President of the Court of Appeal, my brothers and sisters, welcome to Christ Church Cathedral, and thank you for being here. This is the start of another legal year. We ought to be thankful because some of us haven't made it. But for those of us who have, there is work left for us to do. So let us be thankful. Amen? I speak to you now in the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen. Some words from Paul's letter to the Romans. Romans chapter 12, and here's what Paul writes. I beseech you, therefore, brothers and sisters, by the mercies of God, that you present your bodies as a living sacrifice, holy and acceptable to God, which is your spiritual worship. Do not be conformed to this world, but be transformed by the renewing of your minds, that you may demonstrate what is the will of God, what is good, acceptable, and perfect. Be transformed, writes Paul, by the renewing of your minds. Today we gather for ceremonies related to the opening of the legal year. This service sits between two bookends, a procession to the church on one side, and ceremonies which happen after the church service, followed by luncheon. Rites, ceremonies, pomp and pageantry, splendid robes and wigs. Some will say that this is colonial, old-fashioned, and archaic, but I disagree. I disagree because I am a wig and gown kind of guy. Just look at how I come to work. But secondly, and on a more serious note, in human life, words are always inadequate to address, to narrate, and to sum up significant moments. Therefore, we human beings have all sorts of rites and ceremonies with regalia that give much fuller address to what's happening. Let me give you 2 examples. One, when you greet someone who has come from abroad, what happens? You hug the person. You don't just wave and nod and say hello. You hug them, you squeeze them. You even lift them up off the ground. Because a mere hello would not do the job. Secondly, when your son or daughter is getting married, you don't turn up at church in t-shirts, shorts, and flip-flops. Oh no, you get a special outfit. I lie? A special outfit. I've been to some of y'all children with. Similarly, today's event, with attire and ceremonial and splendor, address a larger reality, a reality that is bigger than all of us and that beggars verbal description. In these ceremonies, we open the legal year and celebrate the Bahamas' justice system. It is a system inherited from our history. We have kept it going. We have tweaked it. We have failed to update it in some respects. But it is a pretty good system. It's ours. It's all that we have. And it is the sum total of all of us. As good as our best character and efforts and behavior. So whatever we say about this system, we are saying about ourselves. Human beings will view an institution or an entity in terms of their experience with it. Even we do that. So what has been our experience with the legal system? Has the system been efficient, fair, slow, unjust, impartial, or corrupt? Has it been subject to whim, personalities, or political or other interference? Has it served and protected the vulnerable? Or has it stoked the unjust, the rich, and the powerful? Do you have confidence in this system? Do you have confidence in your top leadership, your superiors, and your subordinates? Is the system working? Are there good people in the system? Or is the system full of incompetent people and those who are not committed to their work or to excellence? These are questions which we have to answer. You who are in it, and those of us who look from the outside, and who may be occasional users of the system. At the end of the day, when we put wigs and gowns and ceremonies and procedures aside, this system is made up of human beings, you, human beings, who all come from somewhere, some past, who live somewhere in the present, and who are headed somewhere into some future. What are your values? What are our values? Our fundamental beliefs about what is important and what is right. What are our priorities, our guiding principles, and our cares? Many of us begin our journeys and our undertakings separated from ourselves. And what do I mean by that? We are separated from who we are because we do not know ourselves or know ourselves well enough, and some of us simply don't think that we are important. Maybe we need to take more time to know who we are, where we have come from, how we have gotten where we are, what we have had to overcome, what mistakes we have made, who are the people who helped us, who are the people who caused us to reach the maturity that we're at. These questions to some of us may be painful, but they are vital. We must not be afraid to know who we are, to get help from others, starting with family and friends. They know us better than anyone else. And sometimes we even have to take the assistance of a spiritual advisor or some other professional in the field. But this is an important journey which all of us must strive to take, so that we may have more to give to the people and the endeavors that we love. Secondly, once we put wig and gown and ceremonies aside, how have we impacted those around us? Do we bring something positive to the people around us, co-workers, family, friends? Or are we a drain, a cloud, a bucket of cold water? Do we induce a sinking feeling in the pits of everybody's stomach? Our greatest value is not our letters, regalia, accomplishments, brilliance, efficiency, although these things are important and have their place. Our greatest value is in being a human being, how we approach other human beings in our orbit, and how we are able to affirm them and engage them on the journey of life. And that only enhances our work relationship with other people, whether they be our superiors or our subordinates. And get this, it also enhances productivity. Thirdly, as we put wigs, gowns, and procedures aside, what have our colleagues experienced of us? What have our colleagues experienced of us? What are we like to work with, to journey with, to travel life alongside? Co-workers do not just work together, they travel the earthly pilgrimage together. That is why, in the case of each of you, who you are, where you've come from, what you bring to the table, and what you are like to work with are all so important. You cannot separate these simple, human, probing into your personal business questions from the running of the legal system. That legal system which a bunch of us Bahamians and non-Bahamians are counting on you to operate. So we are counting on you to be your best. We're counting on you to do your best. And we're counting on you to carry and to fulfill this responsibility that is yours to the best of your ability. So yes, you thought I had you in a psychology class, or that this was a human development seminar put on by the Human Resources Department. I was actually coming to you from somewhere else. I was coming to you from the position that if we are going to be what God wants us to be, in whatever line of work we choose or find ourselves in, then we have to start with who we are, the sum total of ourselves, the cumulative of our journey, before we take off, travel, to approximate, to begin the journey of being what God has for us to be. This is my challenge to you as you begin another annual cycle. Some of you have been to these ceremonies many times. Some of you before I was born. But I'm asking you to let today be make a difference and be a difference. Because you take the time to start with a renewed outlook, a different set of values, a higher set of values, high values which you once knew about, but maybe you've put aside. Start with what God wants of you, what God calls you to be, moving from mundane, selfish values, which are so shallow and earthbound, moving to higher values, to higher service, and to sacrifice. We cannot do anything really meaningful on the earthly journey without sacrifice. You think of whoever and whatever is vitally important to you. And even though that person or that endeavor may be vitally important, you are not where you are without having sacrificed. And you cannot get to where you hope to be without sacrifice. So let's do our jobs to the glory of God, who first created us, and through good stewardship in our profession. And so, Honorable Chief Justice, Honorable Attorney General, Honorable President of the Court of Appeal, my brothers and sisters, you are the key. I don't work for the legal system. I'm in another department. But in this domain, you are the key. You are the main resource. And I'm sure by now that you have picked up that what I've been trying to say is that you must make the difference in the system. You must make the difference in the system. I can't do it. The best of this system is the best of you. And the worst of this system is in your worst behavior. That's just the facts. Strive to make a difference. Remember that you are the key. You may ask, how do we do this? Well, you could tell me better than I could tell you. But I'll give you a few simple examples from a layman's perspective to make the point, to help you to put legs on this gospel. One, you should strive for shorter case running time. Cases in our system drag out far too long. And it costs people time. It costs people money. Sometimes money they don't have. It causes anxiety and stress. And it makes people's lives miserable. You in this room can change that. As Paul said in a certain place, as much as in you lieth, you have to work collectively on that. Number two, make things simpler for people. Now, I know someone who is a lawyer, and he is always telling me, Leish, law and simplicity don't go together. Now, that's what my friend says. But I'm begging you, collectively, to make things simpler for people. Some of the red tape and the rigmarole that people go through is manufactured. And you know it. It is manufactured for convenience, for delay, for spite, or because you're just having a bad day. So let's strive. Let's strive to make things simpler in as much as in your life. You in this room can change that. Thirdly, I ask you to mete out justice fairly. Let me tell you what I mean. How is it that a poor black man commits the same crime as a white person or a rich or well-connected black man, and the two of them get, listen to this, different treatment, and they get a different sentence? How is that? I've been to law school. You tell me how that could be. And I'm not laughing. You're laughing because you know it's true. And I mention it because it's disgraceful. It's disgraceful. And it is not the justice which our British forebears bequeathed to us. It's not the justice that the architects of majority rule and independence envisioned. And it's not what your parents and grandparents taught you in terms of fairness. So when we talk about doing our best and being our best, when we talk about helping those who can't help themselves, you know what I'm talking about. And I don't have time to go into it further now. But if you have anything to say to me, you catch me outside and we'll talk. My friends, I just want to encourage you. That's all I want to do. I'm in my calling. I'm in my lane. And I assume that you're in yours. So encourage me to be what my lane requires. And I am encouraging you, I'm begging you to be what your lane requires. I encourage you in what you do. I beg you to believe in yourself. I remind you that success, failure are in your hands. I challenge you to see that each of you has power in your hands to make a difference. You have the power of one person, and I ask you to use that power wisely. I came across a poem recently, simple poem, and I thought it was so appropriate for today's proceedings. And so before I take my seat, I'll share it with you. It goes like this. It's called, It's Up to You. And it goes like this. One song can spark a moment. One flower can wake the dream. One tree can start a forest. One bird can herald spring. One smile begins a friendship. One hand clasp lifts a soul. One star can guide a ship at sea. One word can frame the goal. One vote can change a nation. One sunbeam light a room. One candle wipe out darkness. One laugh will conquer gloom. One step must start each journey. One word must start each prayer. One hope will raise our spirits. One touch can show you care. One voice can speak with wisdom. One heart can know what's true. One life can make the difference. You see, it's up to you. So friends, happy new calendar year. Happy new legal year. God bless you all. Strive to become what God has purposed you to be. Make your parents and grandparents and teachers proud when they see you, when they read about you. Let them be proud. Even from the grave, let them smile and let them say, that's my girl, that's my boy. You see, we mustn't disconnect from the people who helped us to be who we are. And I ask you to hear and remember the words of St. Paul, who, speaking to the church at Rome, was calling them to have a perspective that was beyond the earthly, that was beyond their worst selves. He was calling them to be transformed by the renewal that God can bring. And here's what Paul said. Do not be conformed to this world, but be transformed by the renewing of your minds. In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen.
The kingdom of God is justice, peace, and joy, inspired by the Holy Spirit. The peace of the Lord be always with you. Let us pray. Lord, have mercy upon us. Lord, have mercy upon us. Our Father, who art in heaven, let us pray. Lord God, the judge of all mankind, we pray for those who are called to minister justice among your sons and daughters, to clear the innocent and convict and punish the guilty. Give them prudence and discernment, that without fear or favor, they may justly and mercifully fulfill their duties as in your sight, to the good of our nation and to the glory of your name, through Jesus Christ our Lord. O God, the King of righteousness, we bring to you in prayer those who bear responsibility for order in our land, especially judges, magistrates, and the police, that the innocent may be protected, evildoers be brought to account, the right of all defended, and that we as a nation may enjoy the blessings of a just, free, and peaceful society through Jesus Christ our Lord. God and Father of us all, graciously bless this our nation, and set out your light and your truth to lead us in the path of justice and peace. Give wisdom to those who exercise authority in the government of our land. Remove all cause of contention and strife from among us. Unite us in the service of your kingdom and make us a God-fearing people, obeying your law and living together in brotherly love and peace, through Jesus Christ our Lord.
May the Lord, in his great mercy, bless you, give you understanding of his wisdom and love. May he nourish you with the riches of his grace and make you to persevere in all good works. May he order your steps each day and direct you in the paths of love and peace. And may the blessing of God Almighty, the Father, and the Son, and the Holy Spirit be upon you and remain with you this day and forevermore. Go in peace and serve the Lord.
My allegiance to the flag and to the Commonwealth of the Bahamas, for which it stands, one people, united and balanced.
Well, the Mass for the opening of the legal year coming to an end, and we will soon see the inspection. And, of course, Madam Justice Diane Stewart will tell us about all of the significance of that as we get to it. But before we go there, let's focus on what the Bishop, the Right Reverend Leish Boyd said. we each can have confidence in the system that is ours.
We are our brother's keepers.
Yeah, we got to make it the best that it can be.
Yes.
Great.
And we have to leave the place better than we met it.
Absolutely, absolutely. And of course, there's going to be some challenges along the way, but it's out of those challenges that we can actually excel at.
Yes, and people come to the courts for help. And that is our role, to help.
True. And we were talking about something that obviously pleases you very much, the success of the family court complex and the work that is doing to help families that are divided because of legal issues.
Yes.
Right. And that's just one branch. How are we progressing on the others from your point of view?
Well, I do know that we have, and I think that the Chief Justice is going to address this, but we have increased the number of judges, and we have areas of law that they adjudicate in. And so that assists in moving things along. So you have judges who deal with commercial matters, you have judges who deal with family matters, you have judges who deal with civil running down cases, contract claims, that type of thing. And so you don't have to wait till a judge is available. You have particular judges assigned just to deal with those matters. And of course, we have judges who sit on the criminal side of the court.
Okay. Now, we're a country that's 52 years old, 53 this year. And you've been practicing for 40 years,
I have.
right?
Mm-hmm.
Talk about the successes you've seen. I mean, when you look back, you must be really quite proud of the achievement and the advancement the Bahamas has made in many areas, but of course in the legal area as well.
You know, I always said to people that we have a very good product in the Bahamas. And when I first started practicing law, there was none of the technology. You went in the library with the dusty books and you pulled the books down and you worked and you copied them and you walked to court and you did what you had to do. We have now seen technology take us so much further, so that you can go online and there are judicial websites that you can pull down cases, so you don't have to sit in the library and plow through thousands of pages. You can get it at the press of a button. Of course, there's the downside with AI. You have to be careful that it's in fact a case, but be that as it may. And the preparation time is a lot faster. And so you can get to court more quickly. We now have online filing systems, so that the whole bundle of paper that you used to have to copy, and you killed forests all over the world just for one case, you no longer have to do that. And with technology, you can upload cases on the screen so that the judge and the witness and the counsel can all see it at the same time without printing a paper.
Wow. And so it's much more efficient in so many ways.
Yes.
Tell me, though, how frustrating is it for someone on the bench when an attorney, I mean, obviously there's always going to be delays, but when an attorney shows up and he or she is just not prepared for the day's business?
And so the judge is responsible for that case. And you can chastise that attorney, letting them know that not only are they disrespectful to the court, but they're not doing their client any favors, and they're hurting their client's case. And therefore, they can be chastised for that. Once you reprimand them once, hopefully they learn their lesson and they come back and they're ready. I have had to say to counsel before, I'm going to adjourn this till tomorrow. Have it done by tomorrow.
And they've done it?
If they want help. You know.
Wow, yeah. And it shows how each action affects the other, right?
It certainly does, because it's not just them.
True.
They're just an agent, an advocate for somebody who isn't able to do it for him or herself. And so it isn't fair to that person, most times, who's paying that lawyer to do a job, and they don't do it.
Right now it's 11:21, so we're pretty much on time for the schedule. Everything here is supposed to start at 12 noon.
Yes.
It's a short I wouldn't even call it a journey, just a short little stone throw away, really, from the Cathedral to Margaritaville, where we are. And this is at least the second year in a row that we've had it here. This came, I believe, as a result as of the COVID issue first, right?
Yes.
Everyone couldn't be in a small court.
Well, actually, it's interesting, the first opening of the regalia was held in Rawson Square during COVID, because we only allowed to have so many because of the mandate, the COVID mandates.
Right.
And everybody was spaced out. And again, the proceedings were live streamed, so they declared that area a court, and we had the first sitting of the court for that year. After that, we then moved to Margaritaville, because it's larger. We've outgrown the space. For the main Supreme Court building, it's a historical building, and the main court is small.
Yeah.
So.
And you need to keep those buildings for the sake of history.
Yes.
But there has been, I don't know where we are yet, but there's been talk about having some more judicial complexes. Right there, I think, on Shirley Street, the old Rodney Bain building,
Yes.
etc.
The Chief Justice is going to address that in his speech.
We're going to take you back to just the outside of Christ Church Cathedral, where, there we are now, and you're going to see the inspection.
Yes.
If you care to talk us through this, Justice Stewart.
So the Guard of Honor, the inspection of the Guard of Honor is what we're watching, and that is a ceremony that emanated throughout the Commonwealth, and it started a long time ago, where a contingent of the military, in this case our police force, and I think the defense force as well, they show their respect to heads. And in this case, this is the head of the judiciary, one of the heads of the branch of government of the Bahamas. And it is just a sign of respect, and they allow the Chief Justice to inspect them to see that they are in rank, they're in order, they're not out of line. And he does that, and he takes the time. You will see, as we watch it, that he will sometimes speak to the members. And they're, of course, on their P's and Q's, in their dress uniform. And he's being escorted, I believe, with, I don't know who is with him. The person in charge of this Guard of Honor, and I don't know who the other officer is. I know it's not the commissioner.
No.
So as you can see, he's speaking to some of the members, probably asking them how long they've been on the force and getting to know them. But it's ceremonial in that they're showing their respect to him as head of the judiciary.
But the relationship between the police and the courts is a very crucial one.
Of course. The Commissioner of Police is the Provost Marshal for the court, who's
Absolutely.
the sheriff for the court. He enforces all of the orders and the edicts from the court.
At least it's not too warm. Well, we're inside right now, but it wasn't too warm that we expected to have a cold front today, so it should be quite...
Yes.
And they will make their way here to Margaritaville.
And they're standing at attention.
If I'm correct, I believe a lot of the formal wear for lawyers, they come from London, of course.
They certainly do.
Is it the Great Queen Street area, I think, huh?
Yes. So, we don't have anything written in stone as to what lawyers should wear.
No.
But it's tradition that lawyers wear black and white.
Okay.
So, and it started way back with on the death of Charles II, where when he died, people went into mourning and they wore black. And then after Queen Mary died, the lawyers started wearing black to court. And then, of course, the wigs. The wigs were started by a king who became bald and wanted to hide. Yes, seriously.
So there's a real practical reason to it, okay.
And then it became fashionable. And the higher up you were in society, the better your wig was. And you had long wigs, and the servants wore short wigs. And then the courts, of course, adopted the practice. And you have the barristers who wear the short wigs. And as you can see, all of the judges wear the long wigs.
And I know we've increased the number of judges we have now, but still think we have enough, or?
I think because of the volume of work that goes through these courts, I'm certain that we can use some more judges.
Now the national anthem.
Judges are wearing red gowns.
Yes, and we talked about what that meant.
Yes, and the red gowns are ceremonial. They don't wear those every day.
No.
So the working gown of a judge is black, which is the color of the courts. But for ceremonies, they wear the red gown. Judges wear black damask. It has like a pattern in the black material, and it's trimmed with red and gold. So you can differentiate the Supreme Court judges from the Court of Appeal judges. And the Supreme Court judges have emblems on the front, badges, or they look like badges on the front. One is the Supreme Court logo, and one is coat of arms. And they have a rosette in the back, which is the color of the flag. All significant.
As we can see, Bahamians love music, and you can see one of the workers in the back of us.
Yes.
Actually
enjoying the music.
Exactly. Now, as they get here, we will say again that they should be here at 12 noon, which is a half an hour from now. All of the judiciary and members of the bar, and every lawyer really should come and participate in this.
Well, you know, this is the one occasion where you get a large gathering of the lawyers. Most times, you don't. But on the opening of the legal year, they come out. So you will see them in large numbers today.
So in a way, this is also like a networking opportunity for many of the lawyers.
So, you know, you haven't seen somebody in a long time. You're pretty much guaranteed to see them at the opening.
At 12 noon, once they get here, that's when the Chief Justice and the Justices of the Supreme Court arrive. Then there will be an address by the Attorney General. Then the President of the Bar Association. And he really is quite an outspoken Bar Association president, isn't he?
He is.
Khalil Parker, excuse me.
Yes.
And then we'll hear from Sir Ian at the end of it all.
Yes, and he will officially declare the year open.
And set out the mandate for the legal year.
He will. He will speak to what he intends for the judiciary to accomplish for the year.
Mm-hmm. And you have to do that. You have to be planned and organized, huh?
Yes. Mm-hmm. And he will also speak about achievements in the last year. You can see on the steps of the cathedral a number of attorneys.
Well, I think one of the best things, too, is now that you can actually do a full... Well, we used to have the articling system back in the day, and many of our prestigious lawyers have been articled. But you can do your degree and do your full bar qualification right here in the Bahamas.
Yes,
now, right?
You can get your degree from UB. And, of course, then you can go to the Eugene DePuche Law School for a 2-year program and qualify.
As far as you know, what is the success rate of people trying to get into the legal profession?
I teach at the Eugene DePuche Law School.
Oh, you do now, too?
Yes.
Okay, great.
And so the average class size, and I'm sure that if they're listening, they're going to correct me if I'm wrong, would be, I guess, 30. And do you also have foreign students here?
Right, of course, yes.
So for Bahamians, we can have like up to 30 students.
That's significant, you think? Yeah?
Definitely.
Because if you have about 30 new lawyers coming into the profession every year.
Yes.
That's
And then
quite
not all of them go into practice. Like
No.
you indicated earlier, they can go into industry, they can work for a bank, an insurance company. You know, they're...
The respect, the distinction of having a law degree, and the power of having a law degree is still very much in demand, eh?
People expect you to be learned. My learned friend. And sometimes that word is abused.
Yeah.
But yes, they expect you to have some learning of the law.
Do you remember your law school days?
Oh, do I ever? I tell, as I said, I teach at the law school, and so I talk to the students all the time, and I'm able to draw on so many different aspects of my journey, and it's fascinating, actually. You watch the young mind being formed,
It's always great to see the police marching band.
There you go. So they don't have the defense force today. Not in the
No, I
Guard of Honor.
don't see that precision.
Yes. So is that's using a drone?
Yes, that's a drone shot, yes.
Okay. See, that's another...
One of the technological advancements.
I'm telling you.
We're able to get very unique shots and that we weren't able to get before because of drones, I guess, in the past 10 years.
It's interesting because, again, in the court system, we have these actions called quieting actions, where people are trying to get a declaration as to who owns what land. And before, the only way you would really know is if you actually walk the land or you take the evidence of people who say they live in the area. Now you have drones, and you can get drone photographs, and you can zoom in and you can see what's on the land, It
really does make life easier for us, huh?
Certainly does.
Now, what might you expect the Chief Justice, without revealing too much, what might he focus on this year, you think?
Well, I think he's acknowledging and accepting that we're now in a digital era. And so pen and paper, while useful, is not the end of everything. And so he's going to speak to how we address that, how we move from what's tradition to what is transformative. And I think that's the key. And what are the tools we're going to use to administer justice?
Now, let's talk a little bit about comparative sort of law, if you will. And I don't mean it like the subject, but in various jurisdictions. For example, what our colleagues in Jamaica might do, your colleagues in Trinidad and Tobago. Obviously, they have annual meetings where they come and compare notes and try to figure out how best to advance some laws that affect the region forward.
Yes.
You've participated in quite a few of them, I imagine.
And AI is one of the hot topics, and not just in the region, worldwide.
Globally, yeah.
And we have to accept that it's here, and we have to use it to help us, not hurt us. And the Chief Justice, I'm sure, will speak to that. As I indicated previously, he issued a practice direction as to the use of AI in the courts.
I mean, it's fascinating what it can do, but it's also very frightening sometimes. You can bring people who've been dead to life. So there you do need some regulation of it at some point. A lot of people who are creators, though, feel that you can't have over-regulation because that stifles creativity. But at the same time, you need to have some kind of regulation to ensure that it's not abused.
Yes, and so, you can't publish something and say that's my work when it's not your work. So, and they have a term called illusions, and where you create stuff that really doesn't exist, and that's the danger in the court system.
But then we now have new intellectual property laws that should deal with who owns what, the rights to what.
But if you are using AI, how do you determine who owns
it?
Okay, and
who
so
created it?
You have different websites, I guess, ChatGPT and all the different names. I don't know all of them.
Do you use AI sometimes?
So, yes, if I'm doing research on a matter, we have legal research channels, the Lexis. We have Justice, different that are legitimate websites. They use AI, so that if I'm researching Julian Reed, I can go on that website and I can type in Julian Reed, and there's a button that says, would you like the assistance of AI? And you can say yes, and then it just generates something.
That's great. It really is fascinating.
So it's a starting point. It's a very helpful starting point. Obviously, the bottom line, the work is yours. So you have to make sure that everything that they say is in fact true.
Yeah, you're the one who controls it. It's a tool that you use.
Exactly.
I had on one of my TV shows, I had a guest who is an inventor and Bahamian guy, does a lot of robotics and stuff like that. And he says, well, Bahamians people always get afraid of technology. But everything we've had over the years has been technology. You use your car. You use your laptop. It's all technology, but you control it. You master it.
Exactly.
So when you put it like that, it was kind of a little bit more easy.
You think about that with a car, you used to have the car with all gas. Then you have hybrids. Now you have fully electric cars.
Amazing. But he changed my point to my whole perspective on AI and robotics, because he says, eventually it's going to be one day, you'll have your own robot, but you're the one who controls it.
I'm not so sure I want a robot, though.
What else have we not covered that you think the Bahamian public who are listening and watching should know about the judiciary of the Bahamas and how it operates?
I think it's very important for anybody listening to know that the courts are there to help people. And the courts don't go out and find court cases to bring. People bring cases to the court because they need help. And roles of judges and magistrates are to listen. They're objective. They're not interested in who wins or what. They just say what the law is, and this is how this case should be decided. And it's very important that people understand that judges are not on anybody's side. They're there to dispense justice, what is fair, what is right, based on the facts and the circumstances and the law. And that's how we work. You also have to, the public needs to know that everything that you see today isn't just for show. There's a reason, there's a purpose for everything that you see. And for example, all of this opening. The law says that the courts must start each year on the second Wednesday, that's in the Supreme Court Act, of each year. There's an official sitting.
Has there ever been a time, as far as you can remember or record, have read of, where that has not happened?
I don't know of a time. Like I said, during COVID, we had, the Chief Justice at the time was Sir Brian Murray, and we had to have the sitting in Rawson Square because we could not be
Yeah, next to one another.
You know, but there was an opening. And everything was done, you know, there were only so many people allowed. Not even all the judges were able to sit there. And so everything was done live streamed.
Wow. Well, it is indeed a fascinating thing to see, and I think that people are beginning to get a different appreciation, a better appreciation, thanks to your help today.
Well, I'm glad to help.
Yeah,
great. And we're going to hear what the Chief Justice actually has to say.
We're beginning to see some attorneys
yes, coming
into the room right now, and I'm sure that they're going to be listening very carefully.
Yes.
Because what is said today will actually dictate how they operate over the next
and how they have
months.
To plan.
And plan.
You know, because if the Chief Justice says we are going to do this, that's what we're going to do.
We're going to take a little station identification break. I bet you haven't heard that in years.
No.
And we'll be right back here on the Broadcasting Corporation of the Bahamas ZNS Network. Stay with us. This public service announcement has been brought to you by the Bahamas National Trust in conjunction with the Broadcasting Corporation of the Bahamas.
For 60 years, we have been here, the voice of the environment. Here, speaking up and for your national parks, all across the islands of this nation. The places God visits for vacation, spanning over 2.5 million acres of land and sea. How delighted then he must be to see a sea of pink, as flamingos mingle and haven like jingles play where queen counts still sleep. And if you listen, you can hear it. The words of gossiping parrots awaiting the diction of the day. All 365 of them, that's every day and every year, 15,000 children share in the beauty of this playground. Our name is yours. And we have been yours for years unnoticed. Don't forget us. Support us. Your national parks. The defenders of your environment. Join us. Remember, our cause is yours. The first land and sea park in the world is yours. Heritage. Here it is. When was the last time you gasped at our scenery, gotten lost in the depth of our reefs, or even awed at the green of the leaves of our trees? Don't hesitate to donate and volunteer. Don't hesitate to care. We are here for you. The Bahamas National Trust, BNT. 3 letters that spell out simply, perfectly, and undoubtedly that we are yours.
I have been coming to this island since I was 12 years old. It didn't take me long to realize the rich history it has here. When I bought this island in 2018, I fulfilled a lifelong dream. The goal is not only to preserve the memories I made over those years, but to make new ones, and to give others the opportunity to do the same. As we go through this process, it has become clear to me, we aren't just rebuilding an island, we're reviving a legend.
What does disability look like? In a busy airport terminal, at the check-in counter, at security checkpoints, or even in baggage claim? Passengers with hidden disabilities often go unnoticed. Globally, 1 in 7 persons have some form of a disability. 80% of those disabilities are non-visible. In an airport environment, workers are often unaware of hidden physical, mental, or neurological disabilities that some passengers live with. This can lead to frustration and a less than ideal travel experience. So, how do we make the invisible more visible? At LPIA, we've implemented the Sunflower Lanyard program. The lanyards are visual cues for airport workers to immediately identify passengers who might need additional assistance. NAD is teaming up with the National Commission for Persons with Disabilities and key stakeholders at LPIA to launch the internationally recognized initiative. We're joining more than 180 airports and 26 countries already in the program. NAD is the first organization in the Bahamas to recognize the Sunflower Initiative. It's a way to show our continued commitment to making LPIA a safe, welcoming, and inclusive airport for all. Passengers needing to secure a free Sunflower lanyard can email sunflower@nas.bs or call 1242-397-8600. For more information, visit www.nassauLPIA.com.
My foolish pride aside in acknowledgement of your goodness. Everything is the Lord's in the earth in its fullness. It's M-A-D-I-O Mario, and I'm inviting you to tune into Entertainment Fridays on the Bahamas Tonight. Access now at 7:30 p.m. You miss it, you diss it. To fall, but was caught before I fell. Was so hard-headed, too stubborn, I asked for help.
That's the Bahamas Tonight. Access now, weekdays, 7:30 p.m. Only the sun covers the Bahamas better.
One of the things with Ill Ability's mission is to empower individuals to live life with limitless possibilities through positive interactions within communities worldwide.
There are many people around the world, able-bodied and differently abled, who have doubts, who lack confidence, who aren't sure what they want to do with their lives, or don't think that they can do what they would like to do, what they dream of doing. And we try to show them that if you have a dream and you stop making excuses for yourself as to why you cannot or should not pursue your dream or your passion, then there are no limits to what you can achieve.
Like when someone sees my dance, I want them to see that message that no matter what obstacles they're faced with, they can always find a way to do it their own way.
I don't know, but there's all kinds of cars in the parking lot. You ain't even know where to park. Yeah, just don't park in the. Look at this way. Like, he ain't got nowhere to go. Don't park him. Just don't park him. Don't park him. Yeah, that's how they got. No, you can't park him. I ain't gonna be that long. I ain't gonna be that long. Handicap spot here. Boy, what's going on, dog? I tell you we shouldn't park here now. This way parking, bro. I tell you we shouldn't park here. Don't get one of these things. My bad big broke, and he got a sticker inside that say this model. We gotta move. This is a handicap spot. That's what we gotta move. But we gotta move. Don't. We can move right now. Sorry.
Be considerate. Don't use disabled parking spaces without a decal in your vehicle. This message is brought to you by the National Commission for Persons with Disabilities.
Did you know that if a fire starts in your home, you may have as little as 2 minutes to escape? Keep your family and home safe with these few fire safety preparation and prevention tips. Ensure that your home has working smoke detectors. They will alert you if there is smoke and fire in your home. Install a smoke detector on every level of your home, inside each bedroom and outside each sleeping area. Test smoke detectors every month and change the batteries every 6 months. Home fires can spread rapidly, and every second counts. Create an escape plan and practice it with everyone in your home. Make sure everyone can safely escape in less than 2 minutes. Keep escape routes as clutter-free as possible so no one trips or falls on the way out during an emergency. In addition to smoke detectors, fire extinguishers is an important device to have on hand. To use a fire extinguisher, remember the acronym PASS. Pull the pin, aim the nozzle, squeeze the handle, and sweep from side to side at the base of the fire. We must all do our parts to ensure that our families and homes are safe in the event a fire occurs. On behalf of the Commissioner of Police, the Director of Fire Services, and all officers of the Fire Department, let's work together to help prevent fires, because fire safety is everyone's responsibility, and the life you save may be your own.
Cousin of mine who was the leader of one of the biggest gangs in this country during the early 90s. The gang that he was a part of tried to recruit all of us. If you're not strong, you can fall prey to that environment. I did not join because I was kept involved in positive activities. I saw what worked, what didn't work, and I just was able to utilize all of the gifts and talents over the years to impact young persons' lives throughout our nation. I realized every single individual has the freedom to choose. But if you choose light, these are the benefits. If you choose darkness, these are the results of your choice. I've seen music bring young persons from gangs through a trumpet, through a clarinet, through a drum, all because of the power of music. Conflict will come, circumstances will come. We just have to be consistent, dedicated, and committed with our young persons. Crime-free looks like me.
Do your part. Join the movement to a safer Bahamas.
If you need a lawyer, Margaritaville is the place to be. The room here being filled with many lawyers of the 1,500 that are members of the Bahamas Bar Association. Many young lawyers. Now, Justice Dan Stewart, when you see all of these young lawyers, right, it really must fill your heart, particularly since you may have played a hand in their education.
I've taught quite a few of them.
Right, yes.
Yes, it's pleasing to see them, and you know it's even more thrilling when you see them take their role, and they take not just practicing as advocates, but they do extracurricular activities. They administer justice. They assist. They're their brother's keepers, and you see what they do, and how they play their part in developing this country.
Right, and I guess in setting precedent as well.
Yes.
And explain to the public how precedent is set.
So precedent is set by a decision made by a judge, and he or she makes a determination that when these facts exist, and this is what the decision is with regard to those facts. Now, again, we are the stare decisis jurisdiction. So the higher the court, it's binding. Mm-hmm. So if a court of appeal makes a decision on a matter, I can't go against that. And so once the facts are the same and the law has already been decided, I have no choice. You can argue, people try to argue, counsel will try to argue that it's not the same. The facts are on all fours is the phrase that they like to use to get a different answer. But it's the judge's job to say, these are the facts, this is the law, it's already been decided, this is the decision.
Now, we talk about higher courts, and of course, the Privy Council is the highest court of the Bahamas.
It is.
And a lot of people get a little confused about that because often it is generally held in London.
Yes.
But it is a Bahamian court.
It sits, when it's dealing with Bahamian cases, as a Bahamian court.
And indeed, we see the Bahamian flag flying in that court when it is representing the Bahamas.
Yes. And it sits as a committee, and it's usually a panel of judges, law lords, And, you know, they're members of the Privy Council, and they're also part of the Supreme Court of England, which is the highest court in England. And they will determine, based on Bahamian law, the issue. And it's very interesting. You can watch that again, technology, before, you know, everybody, obviously the council would have to fly to England, and they would sometimes have to hire English lawyers. Now, of course, our Bahamians appear regularly before the Privy Council, and you can watch it live.
Amazing.
Before you couldn't. You can watch it live, and you would know, see what the arguments are, and then await the decision of the Privy Council. And once that decision is made, that's binding on the Court of Appeal, that's binding on the Supreme Court, binding on the magistrates, just binding.
Now, you may not have the figures at hand, I don't expect you to, but how many cases actually end up before the Privy Council on average, would you say?
From the Bahamas?
Yes.
I really couldn't tell you, but I looked at the website the other day, and I saw that there were about 4 cases that were pending for this year. So I don't know. I mean, that was only what I saw, that dates had been set. I don't know how many cases, the appeals have been filed and dates not set. So, you know, it's once they fix a date, then you can see it.
But does it appear that the system is such now that claimants, maybe, want their case to go to the highest court?
Sometimes.
It's not always advantageous, is it?
No, and it's, of course, it's expensive. And, you know, you have to go through the process just as you would a case here. You would have to file and go through their system to get in the queue. And they're not just hearing Bahamian cases. They hear cases from
around the Commonwealth.
Yes.
Canada, of course.
Yes.
That's still their highest court.
Yes.
Australia. So, yes. But these young lawyers look so excited in here today. But I guess it reminds them of all of the work they took to get to where they are now, and it's just a reminder and an endorsement of that, if you will.
And you can see that they are dressed, and again, I'd like to point out that
the significance of what they're wearing
on the bib, and the bib are 2 rectangular pieces of material, which they say represent the 2 tablets of Moses, justice, and it's plain. And unlike the judges who wear a fancy bib, they call it a jaboo, and you have to appear in open court. When you're sitting, the judge sits in open court at a trial. You have to appear in your gown and your bib. You don't need to wear your wig, but you must be dressed in black. You can't come in there in a red dress.
Nope. Yeah, I'm just noticing this as they come in. It appears to me that you now have more women lawyers than you do men. I'm not sure if that is accurate, but I'm seeing a flood of women attorneys coming in.
I think so. We do have a sizable number of men, but maybe they're not here. But I still think that women outnumber the men in terms of attorneys at the bar.
Now, as someone who's been on both sides of the legal framework, if you will, what areas of law, if you were to advise a young person interested in becoming a lawyer in the Bahamas now, what would you advise them to specialize in? Or is there a need to specialize?
I think so. First of all, I would find out what it is they like. And I wouldn't ask them what they think they're best at, because with preparation, care, you can improve. But they need to know exactly what it is they like. And then they can decide, well, you know, some people say, I don't want to go to court. And that's fine. You have lots of excellent lawyers who don't go to court. They do transactional work. They do opinion writing. They're very busy. If a person wants to go to court, then you say, well, which area of the law do you want to practice? Do you want to practice on the criminal side? Then you need to focus on that. do you want to practice family law, then you need to focus on that, and you need to align yourself. And it's very important that lawyers are mentored and they learn from somebody in that particular area. You know, it's mandatory that lawyers do a pupillage period where they literally sit at the feet of a master and watch them. And so, you know, and it's important once they do that, they can then improve and gain their wings. And you know, it's when I was on the bench, if a senior lawyer appeared with a junior lawyer, I'd always say to the senior lawyer, let the junior lawyer speak.
Wow. So you gave them their time.
Mm-hmm.
That's great.
Mm-hmm. Give them an opportunity in an environment where it's not intimidating to speak, you know.
I would not find you, I'm sure you're a very assertive and strong judge, but I don't think you would be an intimidating judge per se.
Yeah, I didn't want to be. I think we have Mrs. Sutherland King now, who is the acting principal of the law school.
Right, well, we were going to get our team to just get she's the principal of the law school.
Acting principal, yes.
Great, if we can get her mic'd up, and then we will soon. Please come in and have a seat.
Mm-hmm.
Good. Great. And we will want you to introduce yourself as soon as you get your headset on, please. But of course, you said you are a consultant there too. You give your support.
I tutor. I'm a tutor, assistant tutor.
A tutor of any specific legal course? Or
yes, civil procedure.
Oh, okay. Wow. That must be quite a course. Again, good morning and welcome, and please tell us your full name.
Well, good morning. My name is Nicole Sutherland King, and I am, at the moment, the acting director of the Eugene DePuch Law School, and ordinarily I'm the director of the Legal Aid Clinic at the law school.
Well, definitely the person we want to talk to. First of all, tell us about the advancements at Eugene DePuch Law School. It seems like just a few years ago we heard about it starting to bloom here, but now it is really a major force in the legal world.
Definitely, and as you look around the room this morning, you'll see the impact that the law school has had, because we have many of our graduates that have now joined the profession. We are very fortunate that we have members of the bar who come back and lend support to the law school, like Justice Stewart and others.
So there's a high passing rate coming out of Eugene DePuch?
Absolutely. Absolutely. Our students do very well. The benefit of being at a local law school is that our students have the opportunity to immerse themselves in local law. So our students hit the ground running.
So back in the day, I assume when you had to go to law school in London, you learned all of these British cases like Williams, etc., and whatever ones you have. But they now get really Bahamian case law that they focus on almost exclusively.
Almost exclusively. So, of course, you appreciate that we are a common law jurisdiction, so we are still reliant on UK law, right? And it does serve as precedent. But our students are here, they're with the local jurist. They are able to attend court. They're able to see the law in action. So it really is an indigenous legal experience, and it lends to providing better service to the citizens of the Bahamas and the region.
And this leads to better efficiency within our own system, I would imagine, and better lawyers, really.
Exactly, because they're in the community.
Wow. Now, I had noticed I just made remark to Justice Stewart that it appears to me that there are more Bahamian women lawyers than there are men lawyers. Am I right?
I think that is a fair observation. You would, of course, appreciate that for whatever reason, women really tend to excel, especially in academic spaces. But, we welcome our men.
Well, the thing is, I guess like anything, it's something that you have to be committed to and dedicated and want to succeed at it.
Definitely.
Great. Now let's speak about another aspect of Eugene DePuch Law School. We talked about legal aid.
Yes.
And it would appear to me that is more important than ever now. Particularly when you find, and I could be wrong, that a lot of the people, I don't know if I should say most, but a lot of people who particularly end up in criminal issues, criminal matters, are probably those who are more in need of legal aid than others. Is that correct?
I think that is a very fair statement. One of the mistakes I think that we do make, however, when we're thinking about legal aid is we intuitively only think about criminal matters. But we need to appreciate that people need assistance navigating legal spaces. There are civil matters, there are family matters. So, the law is really about solving disputes and helping people get along. Disputes exist everywhere. So surprisingly...
We didn't speak before she came.
So you may be surprised to find out that the bulk of the work that we do in the Legal Aid Clinic really has to do with interpersonal relationships. We have a lot of family matters. There are personal injury matters. Neighbors can't get along. So, it is helpful to have an attorney, but again, an important part of legal aid is understanding the law, understanding the systems, and that is something that we try to do in the Legal Aid Clinic. It's not just a training space for our attorneys, but we also try to ensure that we improve access to justice by getting education out there.
But I find it amazing that actually you can be a law student and already be practicing in a way by helping people with legal aid issues.
Right, and so they are in the clinic. The wonderful thing about the clinic is it's a hands-on space. So our students are fully supervised by trained counsel. So there is no gap in terms of the quality of service, but it allows them to be in the space, to be in the room, to understand why assisting people is important.
Now, we don't have just Bahamians here because the Eugene Future Law School services really people from around the Caribbean.
It does.
Are there non-CARICOM nationals who actually come to the Bahamas to study law as well?
Well, we don't have non-CARICOM nationals at the law school specifically. We do have a 6-month program where persons who may have been trained and called to other bars and wish to practice in the region. So we have a program that allows them to train and eventually be called to our bar. So that is our 6-month program.
So it's a fast track kind of for someone who's already legally qualified.
For someone who is already an attorney, yes, right, who wishes to be called to our bar. But in addition to our Bahamian students, we also have students from around the region. So we have students who are zoned to us, really students from the Cayman Islands, Turks and Caicos Islands, Guyana at the moment. So it really is a very rich experience for our students.
Great. What are the challenges?
Well, that's a broad question. What are the challenges of having...
of the actual law school right now. What we need to do to improve things there. A lot of improvements over the past several years, obviously.
What we would love would be to have our own space, a bespoke law school for our students. We would love that with multiple moot courts. I hope that the powers that be are listening. That is our dream.
I think we need to just keep this sort of soundbite on loop and keep repeating it. You are actually based where now?
We are in the City Corporate Center on Rosetta Street, so most people appreciate that as the old city markets on Rosetta Street.
Wow, because I remember when you were there on Thompson Boulevard University,
yes.
But obviously you've outgrown that a long time ago, huh?
We have outgrown that space, and we are really in a beautifully appointed space. I don't want to detract from that, but in a perfect world, we would have our own space where we would have dorms and multiple spaces and fully high-tech, so I'm putting that into the atmosphere.
I'm sure it's coming.
But I can add to that. The place is beautiful. Okay, the law school is very nice.
Yes.
I'm going to have to come pay a visit at some point. Currently, what's your enrollment like?
Our enrollment at the moment, I think we are at about 120.
Oh, that's a lot of people.
Yeah, so we do have fairly big classes for our space, but of course that includes our 6-month program, and the 6-month program is entirely online, so we have lots of room to grow in that program.
Now, for the person who's coming out of high school who knows that they want to be a lawyer, what should they do? What's the best course of action to pursue that academically?
Well, the first thing that they'll have to do is they'll have to pursue their undergraduate studies, yes? So they will need to...
that would be an LLB?
That they would have to read for an LLB. Wonderfully, we now have that opportunity here in the Bahamas at the University of the Bahamas. And once they successfully read that LLB at UB, then they can come on over to us at the Eugene Future Law School. And so no longer do we have this barrier to the profession that existed before, where you had to travel abroad. Now you can remain at home and study if that is your desire.
Now, law students aren't allowed in this space today, are they?
They are not allowed in this space simply because there are some space constraints. But we do have a cohort of students here with us who are viewing from the outside, so they are participating as well.
And I'm sure one of the major assignments will be what comes out of here today.
Absolutely. We're all listening very closely to hear what the CJ has to say today.
Well, Principal Sutherland, we thank you for being here with us. I don't know if there's anything else you'd like to leave with us or say before you, you can say as long as you want.
To speak on how students get from UB to Eugene Depute.
That sounds good to me.
Process.
Okay, so a student who's at UB who wants to come over to the law school simply needs to apply. The wonderful thing is that we have an automatic entry if you are graduating from the University of the Bahamas. So that is a wonderful thing. For persons who may not have studied at UB, then there is an entrance examination process.
Now, people always, like I had said to Justice before, people say there's so many lawyers. But are there scholarships available for, you said there's an automatic entry, but financial scholarships. Are there scholarships for...
Well, here's another wonderful thing about studying at the Eugene Depute Law School. For Bahamian students, if you are successful in applying, then the government provides substantial subsidy for you. So costs are significantly reduced for Bahamian students, so it really is a wonderful opportunity.
That's great. That's great.
And I would say that the quality of the education is top-notch.
Well, we're Bahamian. We don't doubt that by any means. And, of course, speaking with both of you, that is even more evident. Great. Anything else you care to leave with us?
No, well, I just want to say thank you for the opportunity to share. I appreciate it.
No, we appreciate you being here. Now, Justice, I believe we have another guest that you
Yes, we're supposed to be having the
us.
Registrar of the Supreme Court. I don't see him. I don't know if he's still outside. Maybe Ms. Sutherland King, when you leave, if you see him, can you send him this way, please?
Great. Thank you so much for joining us. And best wishes moving forward.
Thank you so much.
Good. Great. Well, you have a lot to be proud of on many levels. And, of course, right now this room is really quite filled.
Yes, it is.
Just take a look at all of these white wigs. I think you can see it actually on the screen now. And they're waiting patiently.
For the entrance of the...
And it should be any moment now. The Honorable Chief Justice and the Justices of the Supreme Court of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas will enter this room. And shortly after that, first we will hear from the Attorney General, who will set government's mandate, I guess.
And they will speak about the legal issues that they will be addressing as a government. And then, of course, the President will speak, and the Chief Justice will...
And I think we should still address one thing, even though the Attorney General is a government representative, that because of our system, there is separation of the three branches of government.
Yes.
The executive, the legislative,
and the judiciary.
Right. Good. So you're really an entity on your own.
Yes, we are. And the Chief Justice, I don't know if he will address it, but the Court Services Bill was enacted, and that separated by statute the court system as a separate legal entity. So the Chief Justice is the head of the judiciary, but the court system is not run by government. It's run by a board set up under the statute.
And I'm glad you clarified that, because I'm sure not everyone understands that.
Yes. And so now, I'm sure he will speak to it in his speech for the opening.
And I'm very motivated by what I see from particularly all these young attorneys here and what we're doing in the Bahamas to make our country stronger and better.
And when you look, you see youth, but you see youth who have been trained and whose mandate is to help administer justice in the country. And so we're on a good path. And for that, we need to be very proud. And when you listen, and you listen to the speeches, you will hear how much better we're going to become.
Absolutely. Now, I think, there we go. The Chief Justice and the Justices are entering the room.
It is with lordship, the Honorable Chief Justice, Sir Ian Winder, and Justices of the Supreme Court. Straight down the take your seats. In the Supreme Court, to mark the opening, special sitting to mark the opening of the legal year.
All manner of persons who have anything to do with this Supreme Court, draw nigh and give your attendance. God save the King.
Thank you, my lord. Honorable Chief Justice, judges of the Supreme Court, President and Justices of the Court of Appeal, President and members of the Industrial Tribunal, registrars, Chief Magistrate and magistrates, President of Bahamas Bar Association, the Director of Legal Affairs, Director of Public Prosecution, Commissioners of Law Reform and Revision Commission, colleagues in the public and the private bars, special and distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. My lord, the opening of the legal year has always been a moment of reflection and renewal. This year carries a particular significance, as it marks not only the commencement of a new legal year, but also the culmination of this administration's stewardship of the justice system and my final opening of the legal year as Attorney General. Such moments invite perspective. They remind us that while administrations serve their tenure, the law remains. Our institutions endure beyond any single term, and our responsibility, whether temporary or permanent, is to leave them sound, respected, and worthy of public trust. I remember distinctly on Saturday, September 18, 2021, when I received a call at the direction of the Prime Minister inviting me to be the Attorney General of the Bahamas. The call was a complete surprise, and the offer of service at the highest level of my profession was an honor that I couldn't turn down. I want to thank the Prime Minister for the faithful confidence he has had in me to act as his Attorney General the past 4+ years. My experience as Attorney General has been rewarding, exhilarating, difficult, and comprehensive. It has been the greatest professional and civic experience of my life. The breadth and the variety of professional experience and knowledge, the ability to work with who I regard as the smartest people in the country, our attorneys at the Office of the Attorney General, and to give back to our great country utilizing my professional experience and knowledge has been extremely rewarding. This has been the best, most enlightening, and greatest lifetime learning experience. I want to thank all of you who have supported me on this journey. My Lord, I begin as always by acknowledging the judiciary. The independence of the courts is not abstract. It is expressed daily in the careful reasoning, measured restraint, and fidelity to principle, often under intense scrutiny. I also acknowledge the bar, whose role as advocates, advisors, and officers of the court is indispensable to the proper administration of justice. The relationship between the bench, the bar, and the executive is necessarily defined by boundaries. Yet it is within those boundaries that cooperation, professionalism, and mutual respect allow the justice system to function effectively. That balance is not always easy, but the balance is certainly essential. Well, Lord, as we reflect on the legal year behind us, it is clear that the period has not been without challenge. The law has been called upon to respond to unprecedented pressures, evolving forms of crime, increasing regulatory complexity, and rising public expectations. At times, the strain on institutions has been evident. At other times, progress has been incremental rather than immediate. Yet progress does not always have to announce itself loudly. Often it is found in improved processes, stronger legal framework, better coordination, and a deeper understanding of constitutional limits. These are the quiet gains that sustain the rule of law long after political cycles have passed. Throughout this term, the Office of the Attorney General has sought to discharge its responsibilities with care and restraint. The role of the Attorney General is not to advance convenience over legality, nor policy over principle, but to ensure that the actions of the state are grounded in law, consistent with the Constitution, and defensible before our courts. That responsibility has required difficult advice at times, and patience at other times. It has required a recognition that not every problem is solved by legislation, and that not every legal question admits of an immediate or a popular answer. But we at the Office of the Attorney General, we are the problem solvers. That is what we do as the attorneys for the state. When faced with difficult situations, conflicting positions, or decisions that need compromise, it is our job at the Office of the Attorney General to lead. Access to justice remains fundamental. Delays and inefficiencies affect real people, not just abstract metrics. The continued focus on case management, on procedural fairness, and practical reform remain essential. My Lord, human rights must also remain central to our legal culture. They are not obstacles of governance. They are the framework within which the lawful governance is actually exercised. A mature legal system understands that the rights and the responsibilities are not competing interests, but they are complementary ones. Public service in the law is rarely glamorous. It is, however, consequential. Decisions made quietly in offices and courtrooms shape lives. They protect the liberties of our people and define the character of our state. The law must remain principled, institutions must remain credible, and the administration of justice must remain fair, accessible, and independent. Well, Lord, the past legal year, like those preceding it, has been marked by both challenges and progress. A central focus of our administration has been the enhancement of the legal framework, not merely through legislative changes, but through improvements in how the law is applied, how it is administered, and how it is enforced. We have followed your lead, well, Lord. The Office of the Attorney General has launched its own case management and e-filing system to help our efficiency in the law. And we invite all of those who have matters with us to utilize our new streamlined services at oag.gov.bs. My Lord, I first turn to our Civil Litigation Department. The Office of the Attorney General has continued to advance the principle of the state as a responsible litigant. The government's role in litigation is not simply to prevail, although we look to do that at all costs, but to assist the court in clarifying the law, ensuring that the administrative decision-making is lawful and fair, and protecting our public resources. Consistent with the overriding objective of the Supreme Court Civil Procedure Rules, our civil litigation teams have focused on early engagement, narrowing of issues in dispute, and the avoidance of unnecessary interlocutory matters. The increasing complexity of public law and administrative challenges has reinforced the importance of strong case management and principled advocacy. We have weekly internal and stakeholder meetings. These have been institutionalized in the OAG to actively manage existing matters and reduce unnecessary matters from entering the system. The approach reflects a deliberate shift towards proportionality, efficiency, and fairness. I would like to acknowledge the work of the civil litigation practitioners whose work contributes to the development of law, accountability in public decision-making, and the orderly resolution of disputes. My Lord, the Civil Chambers Department of the Office of the Attorney General remains the government's primary advisory unit for non-litigious matters. The department provides legal advice to ministries and statutory bodies all across the country. Labor, investment, commercial, and corporate matters, and other major national development matters. The department has been central to benchmarking and reviewing contractual arrangements relating to novel regulatory developments, such as medical cannabis, stem cell therapy, research, and ensuring that the healthcare innovation proceeds with clear, lawful, and accountable frameworks. In addition, our civil chambers continues to draft, negotiate, finalize heads of agreements and other commercial arrangements for major developments and investments throughout our archipelago, supporting national growth while preserving the public interest. My Lord, the financial services sector remains a significant pillar of our economy and our international reputation. Reputation is important. In response to revisions to international standards governing transparency of legal persons and arrangements, a suite of legislative amendments was enacted in 2025 and is being brought into force in phases. Certain provisions took effect on 1st of December 2025, with further nominee requirements in law coming into effect on the 19th of January 2026. These were a predicate of changes to guidance initiated by the FATF. And I speak about this for a reason, because we in the Bahamas are preparing for what's called our 5th round of mutual evaluation on anti-money laundering and counter-financing of terrorism. This 5th round of mutual evaluation has been a sustained national effort to prepare since 2022. Comprehensive gap analyses were completed, money laundering risk assessments were done nationwide and within the regulators. The evaluation process is now underway with an on-site visit by the FATF scheduled in October of this year. It will be the single largest review of our AML structure that the Commonwealth of the Bahamas has ever undertaken. The report will be discussed and released in May of 2027, and I ask all practitioners in the area to please cooperate as we prepare for this significant review of our institution and our financial regulatory frameworks. The International Legal Cooperation Unit has provided mutual assistance to all of its treaty partners. The ILCU has executed the service of civil or commercial documents pursuant to the Hague Convention, having facilitated 60 requests this year for service of such documents and organized 56 ongoing requests. As part of the International Legal Cooperation Unit, we've established 4 specialty units, and this speaks to the evolution of public law and the expertise and the dedication that is required. We have a human rights unit, a maritime unit, a climate change working group, and we are now formulating a space law unit. Areas of the law that are evolving as we evolve in the world today. And we have an obligation to be able to counsel the state on these matters. The Human Rights Unit is led by consultant Jewel Major. We know Jewel. Jewel is a United Nations recognized human rights expert. We as a country are very lucky to have somebody in the Office of the Attorney General of her talent and skill. She serves as a steadfast advocate and guardian for the promotion, protection, and the realization of human rights for all persons in the Bahamas. Miss Majors recently retired. And of course, I had to bring her back. The unit is the secretariat for the newly formed Parliamentary Human Rights Committee, the National Reporting Cooperation Mechanism, and the Migration Working Group. And this unit has had meaningful input on the development of legislation, having worked hard on the Care and Protection of Older Persons Bill and amendments to the Persons with Disabilities Equal Employment Opportunity Act. Both of these pieces of legislation ready to be brought to Parliament. The Maritime Unit is staffed with 5 attorneys who have all obtained their masters in maritime law. We may have the largest complement of LLMs in maritime law in this region, for sure. All sponsored by the state, because we believe in advancing, educating, and qualifying our lawyers. The Maritime Unit provides leadership in maritime governance and is aligned with the legal standards of maritime law throughout the world. They've negotiated 5 different international maritime conventions just this year. The Climate Change Working Group was very successful before the International Court of Justice at the end of 2024 and has played an integral role in the formulation of the Commission on Small Island States on International Law and Climate Change, known as COSIS. This is a UN-sponsored regional small island state climate body, which we, our Climate Change Unit, is actively participating in the governance and formulation of this new body. And as I mentioned, as we move towards the recognition of space travel, we are formulating and have educated and started a space law group within the Office of the Attorney General. In 2025, the Law Reform and Revision Commission carried out its statutory duties effectively and was responsible for preparing 75 acts and 117 pieces of subsidiary legislation just this year. We congratulate Ms. Morlette Johnson as the new Acting Director of Law Reform and Revision Commission. Congratulations, Morlette. We also wish to thank the Law Reform Commissioners for their invaluable service during my tenure, namely Dame Anita Allen, Sir Michael Barnett, Ms. Tina Roy, and Mr. Garvin Gaskin. The Registrar General Department, my lord, last year we reorganized it into 3 separate registrars: the company registrar, the civil registrar, and the IP registrar. And we've come a long way in the reorganization exercises, and we will further refine it as we continue to build out so we have better service for you, our clients. The company registrar continues to refine and expand the capabilities of the CARS system, which we will launch new features this calendar quarter. And the newest digital platform is found in the civil registry, CROSS, a digital secure platform in which you can upload all of your documents for recording from your office or your home. Integrated with, of course, inland revenue. We have to collect our respective revenue on those, but it's going to be easy for you. And the new IP registry is formed in which we are growing capacity. Well, Lord, the government is targeting the first quarter of this year to operationalize our new land registry, making a step towards overhauling the country's outdated land ownership system. We have identified a consultant with wide experience in implementation, and we've also identified a registrar, which will take up position, we hope, by next month. As we know, the Land Adjudication Act, the Land Registration Act, allows for the adjudication of parcels and for those adjudicated parcels to now be put on a online land registry. And those that are on the land registry with unique identifiers are government-backed with respect to certificates of land and certificates of title. No more having to do 30-year root of title work. The government will guarantee the title of all land that make it on the registry. Well, Lord, I turn to criminal prosecutions. The Office of Director of Public Prosecutions, currently staffed by 48 attorneys, almost double of what I found it at 4 years ago, has continued to focus on efficiency, backlog reduction, and capacity building. During 2025, the office disposed of 246 matters in the Supreme Court across New Providence and the Northern Region. These matters included serious offenses such as murder, armed robbery, sexual offenses, firearms offenses, and other serious crimes. These outcomes were achieved through a combination of convictions, acquittals, plea agreements, and careful discontinuance of matters that no longer met the interests of justice. The increased use of plea agreements has assisted in reducing delay, sparing complainants further trauma, and easing of court congestion. In addition, 268 voluntary bills of indictment were prepared during the year, allowing matters to proceed more expeditiously before the Supreme Court. My Lord, we look to continue our progressive legislative and legal reform initiatives as an administration. We will continue our land reform agenda. It is a very important component of our administration. We will introduce a redrafted planning and subdivision bill. Those practicing in the area would appreciate the challenges that the current planning and subdivision bill presents and the need for its comprehensive replacement. The Planning and Subdivision Bill is currently out for consultation with the Real Estate Committee of the Bar, and once we receive their comments, it will go to wider dissemination. Lord, we also look to continue our reform and modernization of the criminal justice system with a full redraft of the penal code and advancing a conditional release of offenders parole bill. The penal code requires a redraft. It is an old piece of legislation that has been added to, subtracted from, and amended continuously. We look to advance a penal code that reflects judicial decisions and international best practices in criminal justice. The bill has been drafted, has been reviewed by several criminal practitioners, and we look to release it for the public consultation and feedback within the coming months. The conditional release of offenders parole bill is intended to focus on the rehabilitation and the reintegration of offenders into society as law-abiding persons. The bill establishes an integrated system that expands and facilitates the conditional release of offenders through the creation and empowerment of a parole board, through the enhancement of the powers of the court to conditionally release the offenders, and the creation of a unit called the Offenders Rehabilitation and Reentry Services, which is tasked with the management and administration of all matters related to the rehabilitation and the reentry of offenders on conditional release. The rehabilitation of incarcerated persons in preparation for reintegration into society is an important aspect of criminal justice reform, hoping that you then do not have repeat offenders, and those who have been incarcerated are now successful members of our society. In conclusion, my Lord, this will be my last year serving as Attorney General. I must share that it's been challenging yet rewarding, and I could not have accomplished it without the assistance of my team here at the Office of the Attorney General and the Ministry of Legal Affairs. I thank you all. Thank you all. I want to pay special recognition to the Director of Legal Affairs, Ms. Dania Parker Wallace. Through my tenure, Dania has been the support, the balance, and the colleague that has helped us succeed as an institution. I am proud of our accomplishments across all practice disciplines, and I've been honored to lead the largest and the most prestigious law firm in the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. You, the members of the bar, have been extremely supportive, and I thank you for that. It has been a period of time in my professional career that I will never forget, and I'll be able to build upon and further develop a successful private professional career. I conclude by charging each member of this noble profession to continue to serve with integrity, professionalism, and respect for the rule of law. Let us continue to work together to maintain public confidence in our legal and our judicial system, and to ensure that justice is not only done, but it is seen to be done. May God bless the judiciary, the bar, the public service, and the people of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. Thank you, my Lord.
Thank you, Mr. Attorney General. Mr. Parker, King's Counsel.
May it please my Lord, reclaiming my time. No problem. Thank you, AG. May it please your Lordship. It is a privilege to address this distinguished gathering to mark the opening of a new legal year. On behalf of Bar Council, I extend sincere gratitude for your proclamation of our second annual Legal Week, which is an occasion for us, borrowing from the theme of our successful training day hosted yesterday at the Bar Association's offices, to re-engage, reframe, reflect, and recharge. Today, we pause not for self-congratulation, but to reaffirm our shared responsibility for promoting and preserving the rule of law, which demands vigilance, accountability, and unwavering affirmation. I begin today, my Lord, with respectful acknowledgement to your Lordship, our Chief Justice, the President and Justices of Appeal, judges of the Supreme Court, registrars, magistrates, Vice President and President of the Industrial Tribunal, and all judicial officers whose daily labor sustains the rule of law in our Commonwealth. Appreciation and thanks are also extended to the Honorable Attorney General and his team, the Director of Legal Affairs, the Director of Public Prosecutions, the Office of the Public Defender, members of the Court Services Council, and all officers and staff of the courts and the wider judicial system, whose efforts are indispensable to the proper administration of justice. I extend special recognition and gratitude to members of the Bahamas Bar Association, senior and junior counsel alike, who shoulder immense professional and societal responsibilities. Your service on our committees, training programs, public engagements, and legal aid is invaluable. I also wish to acknowledge the Bar Council, Crystal Rutherford-Ferguson, Vice President, Glenda Roca, Treasurer, Tara Roll-Knowles, Honorary Secretary, Mr. E. Terry North, Mr. R. Dawson Malone, Mr. Samuel Campbell Jr., Ms. Raquel Wilson, Ms. Krista Moxie, and Ms. Jacinda Butler. Your commitment is the backbone of our association. My Lord, as partners in our nation's constitutional journey, we must recognize that public faith in our institutions is both powerful and fragile. In an era of heightened scrutiny, demonstrating our shared commitment to accountability and transparency is paramount. As that faith is consistently being tested, let us renew our dedication to serving the public with integrity and purpose. Over the past year, aspiration has given way to implementation. The Court Services Council completed its first full year of operation. We have circulated a legal profession bill for consultation, which is now poised for final review before its parliamentary journey. This bill promises to transform the legislative infrastructure and underpinning of the Bahamas Bar Association. It represents a watershed moment in modernization, governance, and accountability of the legal profession, with the introduction of a formal practicing certificate regime, expanded misconduct complaint mechanisms, and enhanced sanctions for unlawful practice. It is a testament to our commitment to professional standards and the protection of the public. Parliament has also advanced historic reforms in land law with the Land Adjudication and Registered Land Acts, promising to transform the practice of land law in the Bahamas. As I stated during my address at the Bahamas Land Reform Consultation hosted by the Attorney General, the story of the Bahamas is a story of land, a land populated, claimed, colonized, and liberated. Our land tells our story, and it tells stories about us. It is no coincidence that the reforms discussed today have been discussed, contemplated, and not pursued at various times throughout our modern history. It is a difficult thing to change our relationship with our land. It is a serious thing, and once embarked upon, it is unlikely to be revisited in our various lifetimes. That does not mean we shy away from the difficult conversations or neglect the important details. Instead, it means that we must engage meaningfully in these consultation exercises and ensure that what we ultimately decide moves us effectively and efficiently toward that ever-elusive common, loftier goal. I am pleased to say, my Lord, that members of the bar did not shy away from this task and engaged and continue to engage fully and meaningfully with these developments and reforms. I extend special thanks to Andrew O'Brien, Charlene Smith, and Gianna Souls-Hunt for their leadership on this issue and for their generous assistance to Bar Council and myself. We look forward to members' continued engagement as we move forward. Regrettably, we begin this year amid ongoing national conversations about crime, violence, and corruption. The justice system is often criticized from all sides, sometimes on incomplete information. We must reiterate that the presumption of innocence and the right of due process are constitutional guarantees, not optional luxuries. Justice must be timely, proportionate, informed, transparent, and fair. The justice system can neither undo crimes nor prevent all offenses. But together, we can create an environment that reduces offending. Responsibility for social failures cannot rest solely on the justice system. That is not to say that the justice system does not have its role to play. And as the Bar Association has always maintained, any serious assessment of the systemic backlog and roadblocks in the justice system must take into account the resourcing of the Department of Public Prosecutions, the Office of the Public Defender, the Crown Brief System, the Royal Bahamas Police Force, the Bahamas Department of Correctional Services, and the Public Hospitals Authority. In this regard, I am pleased to highlight and commend your Lordship's establishment of the Criminal Justice Board, which brings together these key stakeholders along with the bench and bar to improve and modernize the justice system in a hands-on and highly responsive manner. It is an honor to serve with the Commission of Police as Vice Chair of this important body. My Lord, as you are well aware, the rule of law is not an abstraction. It shapes our daily lives, how we interact with the institutions of our society and government, and how we hold public authorities to account. The information age has forever changed not only how we interact with one another, but also individual expectations of how we engage with attorneys, the courts, and the government. The incomplete implementation of the Freedom of Information Act leaves a critical gap in our democratic infrastructure that continues to undermine public confidence in our institutions. We therefore continue to call for its full operationalization alongside robust and accessible public integrity and anti-corruption legislation. The past year has also seen continued efforts to design and entrench credible mechanisms for judicial accountability that respect judicial independence while reinforcing public confidence, of which I am certain your Lordship will have more to say. The bench, bar, and government must continue to be seen as partners in promoting and defending the rule of law and the integrity and independence of the bench and the legal profession. The Bar Association remains devoted to expanding continuing legal education, promoting specialist committee work in areas such as civil practice, criminal law, real estate law, family law, intellectual property, and now space law, and emerging technologies, and strengthening our disciplinary and ethical oversight structures in anticipation of the new regulatory framework. I would like to take this opportunity to make special mention of the criminal chair of the Criminal Bar Committee and its new chair, Ms. Miranda Adley, who hit the ground running this past year with a successful legal aid clinic and church service. Ms. Adley also spearheaded the Bar Association's Law Matters segment on Bahamas at Sunrise, which is part of the association's broader public outreach strategy to explore topical issues through a legal lens, and to make sure that we are present and a positive voice in the proverbial public square. I applaud all members who take time to engage in informed public debate and public education. My Lord, I cannot mention education without acknowledging the dedicated and faithful service of Ms. Tonya Bastian-Galanis, principal of the Eugene DePuche Law School, who is on sabbatical leave this year. Ms. Bastian-Galanis has led EDLS through challenges and triumph and has elevated and ensured the preservation of this institution for future generations of legal professionals. I congratulate Mrs. Nicole Sutherland King, director of the Legal Aid Clinic, who presently serves as acting principal and is herself a stalwart of legal education and the legal profession in the Bahamas. Madam Acting Principal, please rest assured of the continued support of the Bahamas Bar Association during your tenure. I'm also pleased to announce that your Lordship has declared the 11th and 12th days of June 2026, clear your calendars, my Lords, our annual training days. Last year's training days continued our tradition of success under the theme of navigating the legal landscape, emerging trends and challenges toward a resilient bar. Gratitude and thanks are extended to our talented presenters and our members who made it a truly enriching experience. Training and support for our members in their practices continues to be a central focus of Bar Council, and we look forward to members volunteering to share their talents and expertise with colleagues this year. We could not accomplish this without our members who volunteer and our extremely talented, if shy, Training Day Committee. Thank you all. Continuing on the theme of training, my Lord, as a Middle Templar myself, it is also my particular pleasure to announce and promote next week's Bahamas Middle Temple Society Week, hosted by the Bahamas Bar Association in collaboration with the Bahamas Middle Temple Society. The Bahamas Middle Temple Society has been established under the authority of the International Committee of the Honorable Society of the Middle Temple, London, whose purpose is to provide a professional association for lawyers and law students and to collaborate with the Bahamas Bar Association in providing education, training, and practical and professional development for lawyers and the legal profession in the Bahamas. To commemorate the official launch of the Bahamian Society, between Sunday the 18th and Saturday the 24th days of January, Bernard Richmond Casey, the incoming Master Treasurer of Middle Temple, along with benches and senior barristers from London, will join Bahamian judges and experienced senior lawyers to facilitate various practical master classes of criminal and civil advocacy and training. I encourage members to register and attend this landmark event. My Lord, projects like this demonstrate what amazing opportunities members of our association can imagine and execute for the benefit of their colleagues and future members of the legal profession in the Bahamas and our region. I'm so very pleased to extend heartfelt thanks to Mrs. Bertha Cooper-Russo, a member of our association and a bencher at Middle Temple. Thanks are also extended to Mr. V. Marino Hamilton, Chairman of the Steering Committee of the Bahamian Society. I look forward to future collaborations with the Bahamas Middle Temple Society and a wonderful inaugural event. The quality of Bahamian advocacy and jurisprudence will shape not only domestic outcomes, but the perception of the Bahamas as a serious and modern legal center. The Bahamas Bar Association therefore continues to encourage members of both bench and bar to embrace training opportunities and to uphold the highest standards. Your Lordship, may our work undertaken in this new legal year be worthy of the trust placed in us by the Bahamian people. May we uphold the rule of law, strengthen the administration of justice, and build a Bahamas where every citizen and resident can reasonably expect security, fairness, and hope for the future. May it please you.
Thank you, Mr. Parker, King's Counsel. Mr. President, my lords, my ladies, judicial officers, including former Chief Justices, former Presidents of the Court of Appeal, and other retired judicial officers, the Attorney General, President of the Bar Association and members of Bar Council, counsel and attorneys. I acknowledge the presence in the court of the Right Honorable Hubert Ingram, former Prime Minister, and the Right Honorable Perry Christie, former Prime Minister, as well as Her Excellency Smita Rossetti, British High Commissioner. As head of the judiciary, I have the pleasure and duty of welcoming you and to thank you for taking the time to share this occasion. Today, we mark the opening of another legal year with the traditional special sitting of the court. While the Supreme Court Act mandates the commencement of the law term on the second Wednesday in January, our English inherited traditions have included the convening of a ceremonial sitting of the court. The occasion provides a forum for all aspects of the legal system, the bar, the executive, and the courts, to account to the people of the Bahamas for our stewardship in the past year and to forecast plans for the coming year. I continue to express my thanks and gratitude to the Almighty God for His abundant mercies and for the honor to have been given the opportunity to serve the Bahamas as her Chief Justice. I remain humbled in this moment and ever thankful for the support of my family, colleagues, and friends. The week began with the annual Red Mass service at St. Francis Xavier Cathedral on Sunday past, where we received the prayers and fellowship of His Grace, the Most Reverend Patrick Pinder, Archbishop of the Catholic Diocese of Nassau, invoking the guidance of the Holy Spirit on the work of the courts. This morning, we gratefully received the spirited charge of the Right Reverend Leish Boyd, Bishop of the Anglican Diocese in the Bahamas and the Turks and Caicos, where he challenged us to be our best selves and to make a difference. We wish to thank the very Reverend Dwight Rowe, the new Dean of Christ Church Cathedral, and his team at the Cathedral for so graciously accommodating us for our annual service this morning. I'm pleased to recognize the presence of Deputy Commissioner of Police, Anthony Rowe. The Royal Bahamas Police Force is integral to the success of these proceedings, not only for our general and personal security and the facilitation of our procession by the Road Traffic Division, but also for the usual excellent presentation of the Guard of Honor by the Internal Security Division, accompanied by the Royal Bahamas Police Force Band. I therefore, through you, Mr. Deputy Commissioner, wish to express our appreciation to the Commissioner of Police and the Royal Bahamas Police Force for their able assistance this morning and for all that they do for the courts and the administration of justice during the course of the year. Today, the Deputy Commissioner attends these proceedings in the post of Acting Provost Marshal for the court, and for this we welcome his presence sitting with us on the dais. In January 2025, the Honorable Mr. Justice Milton Evans took the leadership reins of the Court of Appeal upon the retirement of the Honorable Justice John Isaacs. The Court of Appeal held a special sitting in January 2025 to say farewell to Mr. Justice Isaacs after a long and distinguished career on the bench, and simultaneously to welcome President Evans into office. In the year since President Evans has been involved in the leadership of the judiciary, his impact has already been felt. I thank him for his counsel over the past year and continue to wish him well in his tenure as President of the highest domestic court within the Bahamas. Since last year's opening, Senior Justices Deborah Fraser and Gregory Hilton have demitted office as Supreme Court Justices and have joined the Court of Appeal bench. Both Justices Fraser and Hilton have had stellar tenures on the Supreme Court bench and have every expectation that their service in this higher office will likewise be stellar. While we will miss them on the Supreme Court bench, we look forward to their contribution to the work of the Court of Appeal. In November 2025, the Honorable Justice Maureen Crane Scott proceeded on pre-retirement leave in advance of her attaining the mandatory retirement age in February 2026. Justice Crane Scott joined the Court of Appeal from the Barbados Judiciary just over 10 years ago and will leave her mark on Bahamian jurisprudence. She has authored many landmark decisions during her tenure. We sincerely thank her for her contributions and wish her well in her retirement. The Honorable Justice Indra Charles will also attain the mandatory retirement age in the spring of this year. Justice Charles joined the Court of Appeal in 2023 following an 11-year tenure on the Supreme Court, and prior to that, 11 years on the Eastern Caribbean High Court. Her service to the jurisdiction has been extraordinary. She is a prolific judgment writer whose judgments are always well thought out and delivered timely. She too will leave her mark etched in the history of the jurisprudence of the Bahamas. We were therefore pleased to learn of her appointment to the Court of Appeal of the Turks and Caicos Islands in October of last year. It is hoped that in due course, an opportunity will arise to give a fitting tribute to this hard-working jurist. At the end of last year, we welcomed Cheryl Bazard, King's Counsel, to the Supreme Court bench. Justice Bazard comes to the bench after a career shaped by the public and private bars, the financial services industry, and the Foreign Service. We congratulate Justice Bazard and look forward to her service on the Supreme Court. Ronaldo Toot, who had been acting as Supreme Court Registrar since November 2024, was confirmed as the Registrar of the Supreme Court on the 1st of December 2025. We wish him well in this new role and look forward to his continued dedicated service. Since last year's opening, Charlton Smith was confirmed in his appointment as Deputy Chief Magistrate for the Northern Region. Carolyn Vogue Evans was appointed Acting Deputy Chief Magistrate. Shaka Seville was appointed Acting Assistant Chief Magistrate. Petroselli Edwards, Ewell Johnson, and Abigail Farrington were appointed as magistrates. We congratulate them all on their appointments. In May 2025, we said farewell to Assistant Chief Magistrate Subusola Swain, who was appointed as a Vice President of the Industrial Tribunal. During this year, we will bid farewell to Magistrate Samuel McKinney, Sandra D. Gardner, and James Moxey, who have all proceeded on pre-retirement leave during 2025. I wish to record our thanks and appreciation for all their service to the magistracy and wish them well in the next phases of their lives. Magistrate Edwards, who only joined us last year and presided over one of the civil courts, has been tapped to be the first Registrar of Lands in the newly formed Land Registry. He will demit office as a magistrate effective 19th of January 2026. We wish him well in this new pioneering role. Assistant Registrar Jonathan Deal will be seconded to the Magistrates Court and preside over the Civil Court in the short term. We also said farewell during the last court year to Judicial Research Councils Rayshawn Delaveau, Christian Butler, Cherie Butler, Victoria Morris, and Shaquille Dean, who have moved to the private sector. We wish them well in their new employments. I will now turn to look at the criminal courts. In 2025, we continue to make deliberate efforts to engage in criminal justice reform. In August 2025, the Bahamas' Criminal Justice Board was formed. A Criminal Justice Board is a recognized multi-agency forum that brings together key stakeholders across the criminal justice system to improve strategic oversight, coordination, and system-wide performance. Precedents for criminal justice boards exist in several jurisdictions, such as the United Kingdom and in Belize. The primary focus of the Criminal Justice Board is to ensure the implementation of key reforms and to resolve delays in the court system. Members of the board are expected to work together in an effort to improve access to justice. Membership in the board includes myself as chairman, the president of the Court of Appeal, and other key members of the judiciary, the Commissioner of Police, the Director of Public Prosecutions, the President of the Bar Association, and key members of the private bar, the Commissioner of Prisons, the Director of Social Services, and heads of the forensic and pathology units. Strategic committees have been established to focus on key areas, choke points, and weaknesses in the criminal justice system. The board and the subcommittees have been meeting regularly since August, and collectively, we're identifying challenges and finding solutions to long-term problems. Contrary to the views expressed by some and repeated by others, I'm satisfied that all stakeholders in the criminal justice system, especially the dedicated judges of the criminal division, are acutely aware of the enormity of their duty under the Constitution and the effect that delays have in the adjudication of criminal disputes. To suggest that there is a culture of complacency is unfortunate and reflects a lack of awareness of the challenges facing the overburdened system or simply ignores the strident efforts being made to address them. My experience over the past 6 months in dealing directly with the stakeholders on the Criminal Justice Board has given me every confidence that there's a recognition of the urgency of the moment and that the zeal to meet these systemic challenges for the benefit not only of the accused, but of the victims class in our community. In 2025, the Supreme Court Trial by Judge Alone Act 2024, the Supreme Court Amendment Act 2024, and the Supreme Court Criminal Case Management Amendment Rules 2024 came into force. The trial by judge alone legislation, you would recall, offers the opportunity to elect a non-jury trial. The Criminal Case Management Rules provides for the defense statement and a mechanism for pretrial evidentiary hearings. Defendants are now routinely complying with the new rules and are filing defense statements as required. However, it remains too early to evaluate the full impact of these enactments on the criminal justice system. Embracing change and changing culture is not always an easy ask, as it often takes time for cultural shifts to occur. The judges in the criminal division, however, remain committed to promoting more effective and efficient case management. The bench book. The long-awaited criminal bench book was finally completed at the end of 2025. The 500-page electronic version, or e-bench book, was released to the judiciary in December and will be made available for wider circulation. The printed version is expected to be available in February 2026, and we hope to have a formal launch thereafter. The bench book is designed for judicial officers presiding over criminal matters and distills procedural norms, evidentiary standards, and sentencing frameworks in a coherent and accessible reference. It is therefore a useful resource for practitioners at the public and private bars as well. Much of the material in the bench book was contributed to by our own judicial officers and reflects the evolving jurisprudence of our courts, the constitutional imperatives, the statutory architecture of our criminal law, and the ethical considerations that underpin fair trial rights. Whether addressing bail applications, jury directions, or sentencing considerations, the bench book aims to support consistency, clarity, and judicial independence. Professional assistance in editing and publication of the bench book was provided by the Caribbean Association of Judicial Officers, the CAJO, under the able guidance of Justice Peter Jamadar, a judge of the Caribbean Court of Justice. I wish to formally extend my gratitude to the CAJO, to all the contributors of the bench book, and in particular to Justice Rena McKay, for tireless efforts in shepherding this project to conclusion. I also wish to recognize former Judicial Research Counsel Shaquille Dean, who assisted Justice McKay in this project. The bench book is a product with which we can all be proud. Sentencing guidelines. The Bahamas' first ever sentencing guidelines are nearly a reality. The Sentencing Guidelines Commission is nearing the completion of its work, having just released the guidelines for consultation to the members of the bar. The guidelines include general principles of sentencing, as well as specific guidelines for violent offenses, for sexual offenses, for drug offenses, and for firearm offenses. The guidelines have now been released for wider circulation and will shortly be followed by comprehensive training sessions for the entire stakeholder community. Following consultation, the Honorable Attorney General has given his assurance that the enabling legislation will be placed before Parliament to give formal effect to these guidelines. The value of sentencing guidelines is that they promote consistency, fairness, and transparency in the criminal justice system by providing a structured framework for judges to determine appropriate sentences for criminal offenses. More importantly, where the accused and his attorney are aware of the ranges of sentences open to him, the opportunity for plea bargaining and early guilty pleas are enhanced. I wish to express my heartfelt thanks and gratitude to the members of the Commission, led by its chairman, retired Chief Justice Sir Michael Barnett. The other members of the Commission include Justice of Appeal Bernard Turner, Senior Justice Cheryl Brown-Thompson, Chief Magistrate Roberto Reckley, Director of Public Prosecutions Cordell Fraser, Bar Representatives Miranda Adley and Stanley Rowe, Reverend Carla Culmer, and Assistant Director of Department of Rehabilitative and Welfare Services, Ms. Sonia Saunders. Court of Appeal Registrars Wallace Whitfield and Richards serve as Secretaries and Research Counsel to the Commission. I wish to formally also record my thanks to the UK consultants, Pervez Jabbar and Richard Thomas Casey, and their teams who continue to assist with this project. In March, we will introduce an additional judge to the criminal division to provide some additional capacity. Chief Magistrate Roberta Reckley has been appointed to act as a Supreme Court Justice to build out this new court, effective the 1st of March 2026. I now turn to look at the civil divisions. During 2025, the Supreme Court Rules Committee passed several rules to aid in the administration of the civil justice system. The Supreme Court Provost Marshal fees rules, which came into effect on the 3rd of March 2025, now prescribes the fees to be paid to the Provost Marshal by litigants who utilize these services for the execution of writs of execution. The Supreme Court Enforcement of Orders and Awards of the Industrial Tribunal Rules 2025, which came into effect on the 1st of July 2025, facilitates awards of the Industrial Tribunal being seamlessly made orders of the Supreme Court. We also passed the Matrimonial Causes Amendment Rules 2025. This amendment updates the existing rules, including making the Supreme Court Civil Procedure Rules 2022 the default rules in place of the now repealed rules of the Supreme Court. The amendment came into effect on the 1st of July 2025. The amendment also enables for a more simplified process in the hearing of undefended or uncontested matrimonial causes. The application for dissolution of divorces in uncontested matters can now be heard on the papers, i.e. without petitioners having to attend in person. These new rules, it is hoped, will expedite the process of hearing and concluding uncontested divorces and alleviate litigants of the indignity of reliving matrimonial trauma in cases where the evidence is not being disputed. Court. In fact, the government has acquired a building on Charlotte Street, which is intended to be the house of the new commercial court. The building, however, still needs to be outfitted for use as a court. A select committee made up of judges and practitioners will be convened to review and refine the existing draft rules which have been proposed to govern the court's operations. In the interim, a de facto commercial court will be constituted, utilizing existing rules and courtroom facilities. It will be staffed by the judges currently assigned to the criminal division, together with an acting judge drawn from a roster of King's Counsel. The acting commercial judge will each serve on 3-month rotations beginning the 4th of February 2026. I'm pleased to confirm that Gail Lockhart-Charles, King's Counsel, Reynard Rigby, King's Counsel, and Robert Adams, King's Counsel, have already committed to participate in this rotation, ensuring that the court will benefit from their expertise and distinguished service. It is expected that this new court will significantly advance our efforts to strengthen the administration of justice in commercial matters, providing greater efficiency, predictability, and confidence for all those who engage in this work. Probates. The probate administration of estates process is a critical aspect of our legal system. We appreciate that delays can affect the administration of estates, conveyancing, accounts receivable to creditors, and even the maintenance of minors. We are conscious of the complaints concerning the delays involved in this process, the back and forth between the probate registry and applicants concerning corrections and the need for additional material. The judiciary has developed an e-probate platform, which is in the final stages of testing, which will provide an electronic portal for the making of applications for grants of representation. Users on the platform will be asked a series of questions and allowed to upload supporting documents during the process. The platform will harness the power of artificial intelligence and allow users to track the progress of their applications. It is within this context that our e-probate platform aims to bring about a transformative change by streamlining the workflow and providing an accountable probate and administration of estates process. Once implemented, it will represent a significant step forward in our efforts to dispense justice efficiently and equitably. The platform is expected to be in operation before the end of the first quarter. Delayed judgments. In 2025, we made considerable strides in clearing the backlog of delayed judgments. While strides have been made, we are not anywhere near where we want to be, and we do acknowledge that more work remains to be done to maintain reasonable time standards by individual judges. In the face of the pressures of the workload, these efforts remain a work in progress, but we are committed to achieving the goal of timely delivery of judgments. Generative AI. The courts, like every other institution, has had to face the impact of generative AI. On the 5th of November 2025, I issued Practice Direction number 3 of 2025 to provide a guide to the responsible use of generative AI in court proceedings. As other courts have had to do, I expect that the Practice Direction will have to be amended from time to time to keep pace with this rapidly evolving science. The Practice Direction was drafted by a committee which included Justice of Appeal Gregory Smith and Bernard Turner, Justices Renee McKay and Justice Andrew Forbes, and Judicial Research Counsel Courtney Martin. The AI committee considered international and regional models before settling on what we considered would be best suited for the Bahamas at this time. I wish to thank each of them for their contribution to this project. The work on the Mediation Center at the Bernard Road Complex has not progressed as timely as we had hoped, but the work has moved nearer to completion. It is hoped that this could be completed by the end of the spring and made available for operation by the courts to finally allow the court to implement its court-connected mediation program. New Supreme Court fees. Upon conducting a comprehensive review of Supreme Court fees, a subcommittee of the Court Services Council successfully recommended to the Rules Committee a proposal for the adjustment of Supreme Court fees. These new fees, approved by the Ministry of Finance and embodied in the Supreme Court Fee Rules 2025, took effect on the 1st of January 2026. Supreme Court fees had not been adjusted in almost 20 years, notwithstanding the increased cost of living, the explosion in civil litigation, the investment in technology and infrastructure, the significant increased demand for state-funded legal aid, and the increased operational costs. The increases are modest and designed to ensure that access to justice is by no means impeded. The Magistrates Court. In September 2025, a second full daytime civil magistrates court presided over by Assistant Chief Magistrate Darren Roll was introduced to complement the civil night court presided over by Magistrate Miles Parker. It is hoped that this will further streamline the civil litigation process in the Magistrates Court and alleviate the burden on Supreme Court and Magistrate Court schedules. The accommodation for the new civil court was facilitated by the relocation of the 2 magistrates engaged in family and domestic work from Nassau Street to Bernard Road. This relocation also facilitated the conversion of the firearms court presided over by Magistrate Lennox Colby into a full-time day court. The firearms court had previously only operated between the hours of 1 to 5 due to space constraints. This court has proven extremely effective in dealing quickly with simple firearm cases. Appeals from the Magistrate Court to the Supreme Court. During 2026, we intend to bring back the system of callovers concerning magistrate appeals to the Supreme Court. Our records show that there has been a considerable number of outstanding magistrates' appeals which have not moved to conclusion and are not being managed to a resolution. The intent is to revamp the system of handling the appeals with the appropriate directions. This is expected to entail early intervention with the parties to ensure that the record is available for the hearing of the appeal. Judicial education. During 2025, the Bahamas Judicial Education Institute conducted several key training initiatives, beginning with the annual Judicial Officers Training, which was conducted over 2 days on the 6th and 7th of January 2025, under the theme Equipped to Dispense Justice, Judicial Competencies, and Well-Being. Judicial officers considered a myriad of topics which were directed by local and regional presenters. Later in the year, judicial officers also benefit from training on the legal search engine VLEX and its new AI search tool, from gender equality and justice training, and from DNA evidence training. The Institute also facilitated training for our support staff, an upskilling training course for court reporters, training for criminal court clerks, now called judicial support officers, and a week of orientation for new staff. Other initiatives of the Institute included observances of the inaugural International Day for Judicial Wellbeing on the 25th of July, 2025, where they organized health checks across the various courts in Abaco, Grand Bahama, and New Providence. 30-minute movement sessions were offered to staff members, encouraging physical activity as a complement to mental wellness. Judicial officers were afforded the opportunity to attend several training programs and conferences overseas in 2025. These included the ILEA training course in El Salvador, the Commonwealth Lawyers Association Conference in Malta, the Commonwealth Magistrate and Judges Association Conference in Banjul, the Gambia, the International Association of Women Judges Biennial Conference in Cape Town, South Africa, the Fraud, Asset Tracing and Recovery Conference in Miami, Florida, and the Organization of Eastern Caribbean States Regional Law Conference in Grenada. I wish to thank Justices Dawa Gomez and Card Stubbs for the leadership of this institute over the past year. Capital Works. Capital Works upgrades continued to the judiciary's plans in New Providence during 2025. Supreme Court Annex 2, commonly referred to as Swift Justice Building, and the Hansard Building benefited from upgrades. At the end of January 2026, we look forward to the relocation of the Civil Registry from its current location on George Street to premises on the ground floor of 50 Shirley Street, which had previously been occupied by the Registrar General's Department. A complete refit of the space was done to accommodate a new and improved civil registry. 50 Shirley Street, you would recall, was acquired by the government and is being incorporated into the new Supreme Court complex. I'm surprised the AG didn't include much conversation on the complex in his presentation. But the project moves apace. You perhaps will note that there's fencing around the old Rodney Bain building in preparation for the demolition, which is expected to take place during the course of this month. So we're well underway. Delays were occasioned by a BPL transformer that sits on the Rodney Bain property, which feeds vital agencies such as the Princess Margaret Hospital. So that caused us considerable delay in moving forward with the project. But the issue is now at hand and the project moves forward. In July, we witnessed the groundbreaking of the new Judicial Virtual Court Facility, or Remote Court, at the Bahamas Department of Corrections. This facility will serve not only as a courtroom, but as a bridge connecting the correctional system directly to the judiciary while reducing the logistical burdens on law enforcement, legal counsel, and detainees. It will ease security concerns, enhance scheduling flexibility, and provide for timely adjudication without unnecessary delay. When completed, this facility will impact every aspect of the court system, from the Court of Appeal to the lay magistrate in the Family Island. The lay magistrate court will span approximately 19,000 square feet, will house 2 physical courts, judges' chambers, administrative offices, soundproof booths for virtual arraignments, booths for attorney-client conferences, state-of-the-art video communications, and adequate holding cells. I now turn to the issue of judicial complaints. There have been much public discussion concerning the ability to make complaints relative to judicial officers. I preface my remarks in this area by pointing out that the Constitution circumscribes the means for disciplining of judicial officers. It is the Judicial and Legal Service Commission which receives and manages such complaints. It has always been open to concerned parties to make complaints to the Judicial and Legal Service Commission concerning judicial and legal officers, and this has occurred. The Bar President and I have had discussions on this issue. In light of the concerns expressed, the Commission has determined to establish a more structured process within its existing framework. We will create a judicial complaints form, which will be available for download from the Judiciary's website. When engaged fully, the complaint form could be submitted to the Judicial and Legal Service Commission directly by uploading them to a link on the Judiciary's website. A complaints subcommittee of the Commission, chaired by Justice of Appeal Bernard Turner, will consider complaints. The subcommittee, upon receipt of a complaint, where the circumstances warrant, will invite a response from the judicial officer concerned, or may request further information from the complainant. Where warranted, the subcommittee may conduct further investigations and make recommendations for subdisciplinary action, if necessary, as may be available under the Constitution and Judicial and Legal Service Commission's regulations. The new process is expected to be launched by the end of January. The Court Services Council. On the 1st of July 2025, the Court Service Council completed its transition year and officially appointed its first staff members. Many public officers from across the 3 levels of the court system accepted offers of employment and opted to join the new entity. In advance of the 1st July 2025 deadline, the Court Services Council approved its human resources policies, post qualifications, and salary scales for staff. As contemplated by the legislation, transferred members received enhanced salaries and benefits packages. In addition to the transferred public officers, the Court Service Council had to engage new members of staff to replace the staff we lost and to support the new areas of responsibility under the legislation. I wish to again thank staff members who are no longer with us for their contribution to the judiciary over the years. I wish to publicly thank those members who chose to remain with the judiciary and help us build out a new judiciary fit for a modern age. During 2025, the court established its first statistics department. Ms. Daniela Mohammed was appointed to the post of statistician, and she has been in the process of building out her department. In the past year, the council strengthened its senior management. Ms. Charmaine Delaveau joined the council as the Chief Executive Officer in January 2025 and has been building out an effective finance and accounting department. In February 2025, the Director of Court Services, Ms. Mildred Bodie, assumed the reins as Acting Chief Executive Officer of the Council. Mr. Laurent Neely joined the Council as Acting Director of Court Services in August of 2025. The Council has been intentional on focusing on staff morale and welfare. I truly commend senior management and all staff members of the Council for their work during the past year. Director of Security Stephen Seymour will leave the judiciary in May of this year. As the court's first Director of Security, Mr. Seymour was tasked with building out the court's security department from scratch. This was a task which he executed most ably during his 3-year tenure with the court. The court's security force, capacity, and infrastructure have developed considerably under his guidance. I wish to record our sincere appreciation to Mr. Seymour and wish him well in his future endeavors. The Conference of Heads of Judiciaries. As chairman of the Conference of Heads of Judiciaries of the Caribbean, I was pleased to host the annual conference between 18th and 21st of June 2025. The conference brought together 11 judiciaries of the Caribbean under the theme Judiciaries in Transition. The meeting provided a forum for the promotion of fellowship, understanding, and functional cooperation for the enhancement of the administration of justice within the jurisdiction of each member state. It also provided an opportunity to examine judicial problems and to arrive at better solutions to them. Topics discussed included judicial leadership, execution of strategic plans, constitutional and administrative implications of delayed judgments, judicial administration models in the Caribbean, and drafting AI policy guidelines for judiciaries. Attendees included the Chief Justice of Barbados, Belize, Bermuda, the Cayman Islands, Jamaica, the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, and the Turks and Caicos Islands, the Chancellor of Guyana, the President of the High Court of Suriname, and the President of the Caribbean Court of Justice. I again express my gratitude to the local organizing committee for their wonderful work in successfully hosting this important conference. The annual report. I commend to you the 2025 annual report, which covers the work of the courts during the past year. It contains important information and statistics about the work and operations of the courts. It will be available in a digital format on the court's website and in hard copy. This year's annual report is historic, as for the first time, it has merged with the annual report of the Court of Appeal. It therefore presents a unified report of the work of all aspects of the court system in 2025 in a single document. The Court Services Act, which merged the financial and administrative arrangements of all three levels of the court into the Court Services Council, has facilitated this unification. This avoids duplication of resources and allows for the benefit of some economies of scale. I wish to formally register my thanks and appreciation to the team responsible for preparing the annual report, spearheaded by Registrars Ronaldo Toot and Christina Wallace and CEO Mildred Bodie. I should also like to extend my thanks to the teams responsible for the enormous work done in bringing off today's proceedings. Acting CEO Bodie, Acting Director of Court Services Neely, Raja Smith, Daronique Smith, Registrar Toot and their teams. I also single out the staff in my chambers, Mr. Nolan Scavella, Mr. Curtis Adley, and Ms. Jeffrika Hepburn. Thanks to the various media outlets, Bahamas Information Services, Our News, and ZNS, Justice Diane Stewart, Ruth Bordavo, and Ms. Alison Gibson Maynard, King's Counsel, for allowing our traditions to be shared with a wider audience. As I conclude, I will pause to express my gratitude and thanks to my colleagues in the several vital bodies that administers the business of the courts for their work and dedication to the judiciary and the justice system during 2025. The Judicial and Legal Service Commission, to Justice of Appeal Bernard Turner, Father James Moultrie, Ms. Crystal Sands-Feast, and Mr. Andre Ramming. The Board of Directors of the Court Services Council, to President Milton Evans, Justice Gilomena Archer-Mins, Chief Magistrate Roberta Reckley, Registrar Ronaldo Toot, Bar President Khalil Parker, King's Counsel, Ms. Crystal Rutherford Ferguson, Mr. Herbert Cash, and Registrar Christina Wallace Whitfield. The Rules Committee, Justice Indra Charles, Mr. Khalil Parker, Ms. Talika Roll, and Ms. Terry North. In managing all these bodies, I will be crippled without the able assistance of my Executive Director, Ms. Nicoya Neely, so I single out her for special thank you. I wish to thank the President of the Bar, Mr. Khalil Parker, King's Counsel, and his hard-working Bar Council for continuing to partner with us during 2025. I look forward to continuing our partnership into 2026. I also wish to express my thanks and gratitude to the Honorable Attorney General, the leader of the Bar, and his team at the Office of the Attorney General. The Honorable Attorney General has always been extremely supportive of all of our initiatives and projects. As he has signaled that this is his final opening of the legal year presentation as Attorney General, I wish to publicly record in the records of this court my thanks and appreciation on behalf of the judiciary for his service as Attorney General, as a liaison between the courts and the executive. I remain privileged to have been afforded the opportunity to lead the talented judicial officers and staff that make up the judiciary across the Bahamas. I again publicly express my thanks for all that you do to ensure that we live up to the constitutional mandate of an independent, impartial, and fearless judiciary. With these words then, I declare the 2026 legal year officially open. I invite you all to join us for the usual reception. They've allowed us to take over the JWB restaurant, so I look forward to seeing you all there.
All rise, please.
Well, the legal year for 2026 is open. Justice Diane Stewart, we got a comprehensive account of everything from the Chief Justice, Sir Ian Winder, and he discussed many things in detail that we foreshadowed at the beginning of this broadcast. Also, we heard from the Bar Association President and the Attorney General. What's your analysis on all of the things that were highlighted today? What stood out most for you?
The one outstanding feature from each of the speakers was the fact of implementing new law. and to help facilitate the administration of justice. And the Attorney General spoke about the number of statutes, of acts or bills that are in train to facilitate justice in the country. The Chief Justice also spoke, and they both touched on it, about the criminal justice system, where the board was set up. A board has been set up now to implement standards and improve delays and introduce key reforms, because, you know, there's so much talk and bad play about delays in the system, and so this board is in place to help that. He also spoke about increasing the number of judicial officers to help facilitate the administration of justice. He spoke about the bench book, which is a standardized book now for procedures in the criminal court, for evidence that must be established, and for sentencing standards. And there is a set of guidelines that is being completed for sentencing, so we'll have consistency across the board. And that will be very, very interesting to see. Talked about new courts in the magistrate, new courts in the magistracy, and also new courts in the Supreme Court. And he also spoke about the establishment of the civil court and the probate registry and implementing an e-platform for probate applications, and so you don't take a year to get an application through because of its obvious consequences for the delay. And it was very heartening to hear the Chief Justice talk about what's going to happen, all of which is to ensure that justice is going to be administered more efficiently, more quickly, and obviously as fairly, but the fairness will continue.
Well, things in society and in life continue to evolve, and it's good that the judicial system is moving to address those changes in our society.
It's what happens up there happens in the court, and so we're not in isolation. And so the Chief Justice rightly indicated that we have to act to fix it.
Any final comments before we close this broadcast?
Well, as I said, it's very heartening to hear the Chief Justice speak, to hear the Attorney General and the President of the Bar, who also commended the government on the criminal justice overhaul. And I think we need to sit back and let these things be completed, and we will see the difference.
As our Bahamas moves on forward, upward, onward together.
Yes.
I want to thank you so much for being part of this broadcast and bringing all of your expertise to this.
Well, I thank you for having me
in the Bahamas. I also want to thank the entire team of the ZNS television network and radio network, because we have been simulcast. We thank you for joining. I'm Julian Reed. Have a good day.
My motto is one girl at a time. If we start with just one thing and we build on that, I